Honourable members, we have quorum. Member for Wewak will say a word of prayer for us.
Thank you, Papa God 11. We come before you this morning. We glorify you. We exalt you as King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Papa, we come before you, Lord, it's the morning time, as one more day, Lord, it's the session. Lord, sit down and deliberate. Lord, issues affecting the country, Papa. We put you go pass. You come back and aside, Lord, me blood right. Give me blood, Lord, wisdom. Lord, lead him. People blue in the country blue forward. As you walk in, Lord, before, Lord, time, Lord, Tumuna. Or Papa blow me blood, and now generation blow me blood, Papa. May put him you go pass. You take your rightful place in this house. Give us the wisdom, the strength, and the boldness to lead us further and going forward, Papa. We talk, thank you one more time. I also would like to repent on all of us, on behalf of all of us. Talk, nothing, blow me blood, accents, blow me blood, no give glory to Papa. This morning time, may I repent on behalf of all of us, Father. May I ask him you go pass, give me blood wisdom, Lord, lead us, blow me blood. Plenty time, me no put him you go pass, Papa. This morning time, we ask you to take rightful place and to lead us going forward. Father, me talk thank you. One more time, make him glory, big name. Now I go back and learn you. The blogger can call him Lord's Prayer together.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. For thine is the kingdom, the power and glory, forever and ever. Amen. Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament of the death on 28 May 2025 of Mr. Puri Ruing, a former member of the Day Open electorate in the 6th National Parliament from 1997 to 2002 and 8th National Parliament from 2007 to 2012. During this term, he served as member of the Private Business Committee from July 1997 to March 1998. Chairman of Public Accounts Committee from July 1997 to December 1998. Chairman of Referral Committee on Finance on July 1997 to July 1998. A member of the Constitutional Development Commission from 10th June 1999 to 5th August 1999. Vice Minister for Rural Development from December 1998 to July 1999. Then Vice Minister for Treasury and Finance from September 1999 till December 2000. Minister for Justice on the 19th of December 2000. Minister for Justice on the Minister for Internal Security in December 2010, and Minister for Civil Aviation on the 5th of August 2011. As a mark of respect to the memory of the late honorable gentleman, I invite all honorable members to rise in their places. I thank the Parliament. Honourable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence in the public gallery of teachers and students of Koiri Park Secondary School in the National Capital District. On behalf of the National Parliament, I extend the visitors a warm welcome. Petitions. Governor Tumorobe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, or Acting Speaker, for granting a leave for me to make a presentation on a petition by our people in the Makam Valley of the Makam district. The villages concerned are the Wankun village, Rangiampun village, Rakijinam village, and Rakijumang village of the Makam Valley. The circumstances which led to the presentation of this petition before this Honourable House, distinguished members, is that in the recent years, the company called MCC, civil company, has engaged in extensive gravel extraction activities upstream of the river called Yati and Bibwai rivers have disrupted the natural water flow and weakened the river banks. This irresponsible activity directly contributed to the devastating floods that have affected Wankun Primary School and the surrounding communities. As a result, Mr. Speaker, Wankun Primary School, which was inundated, disrupted education and endangering the safety of the students and the staff and anything that exists within the precincts of that school. And similarly so in extension, 4 villages have been affected. The Wankun village, Ragiampung village, Rajinam village, Rajijumang village in the area. And they suffered, Mr. Speaker, significantly by the flooding resulting in the destruction of their homes, gardens, the cacao gardens they have, and the primary source of income, cacao and other cash crops that grows along that river. As a result, the villages have got together to send this petition for my deliverance to this Honourable House, and that petition will be directed, Mr. Speaker, to the Prime Minister and the Minister for Works to take heed of the demands they request and take heed of it and action them, Mr. Speaker. And in short, the terms of their demand as per this petition is as follows. Mr. Speaker, 1, that the MCC civil company has been extracting gravel from the Yati and Bobwai rivers and has had the disrupted the natural river flows and have led to the severe flooding across the Wankun, Ragiampun, Raginam, and Rajumang villages. And 2, that the flooding had destroyed homes and food gardens, cacao garden, and Wankun Primary School is inundated and classes were disrupted and staff and students are unable to attend classes as we speak today. Your petition, the petitioners humbly petition and therefore humbly request that 1, that MCC civil company gravel extraction operation must be suspended immediately until the full environmental impact assessment is conducted forthwith. 2nd, an investigation be conducted to ascertain the company's compliance with the environmental regulation. And 3, the MCC company, civil company, to compensate all affected communities and individuals by repairing and rebuilding their homes and support for reestablishment of food gardens and the cacao garden. And number 4, a full rehabilitation of Wangkun Primary School by ensuring that it is safe and conducive learning environment shall exist. And number 5, to implement a sustainable environmental practice for future operation in that area. Mr. Speaker, this is the humble petition of the villages aforementioned, or the mention I have stated earlier, to this Honourable House, and the petition is humbly delivered to the Prime Minister and the Works Minister to take action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Notices? Honourable members, question time. The Honourable Member for Hiri.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of your inquiry this morning. And whilst I just realized on my feet that the questions I had prepared for were intended for a Minister for International Trade, but because he's not here, and I would rather not misplace these questions to the good Prime Minister, I reserve this privilege, Mr. Speaker, to ask a series of questions to the good Minister for Works instead. Whilst on the floor, I just received some messages from constituents concerning the state of the roads in Central Province, particularly in Hiri Koiari. More particularly for these purposes, the 23-kilometer stretch of road between Laloki and Brown River is of great concern at this juncture. Yesterday there were heavy rain, or rather light downpours in the city and of course covering Hiri Koiari. And the consequence of that rain, Mr. Acting Speaker, is that the great flooding between the stretch of road, the subject of this question. That road has been awarded it's about 23 kilometers, and 149 million kina contract has been awarded to Hebo Construction, and the works has not commenced, although the contract has been executed and well published. I understand there has been some litigation. I understand also that the litigation has come to conclusion, but would the good Minister inform the people of Hiri Koiari and the users of that important stretch of road between Laloki Bridge to Brown River, which connects Hiritano Highway into Kairuku District and into the Gulf Province, and is therefore of great economic importance to this city and the economics of Port Moresby. Would the good Minister therefore inform the people when this contract can be serviced and work will commence? In the meantime, also, Mr. Speaker, if the good Works Minister could also give an undertaking or inform the House if there could be some emergency works done along this stretch of road pending the main contracts being done, to be commenced. While I also have the privilege of your attention, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister responsible, series of questions relate to Sebore Bridge or culverts along the Magi Highway between at Jensen Farm, connecting the Magi Highway connecting Port Moresby and Magi Highway. In the not too distant future, Mr. Speaker, if this road is not attended to or appropriate bridge is not built, the Magi Highway will be cut and will be unconnected from Port Moresby and unlinked from Port Moresby. So the people of Magi Highway, the daily users, are concerned that every time there is a downpour, that bridge, that section of the road floods, not only floods, but it will cave in and collapse completely. So could the could the good Minister for Works also inform the people of Iroquois and particularly the users of the Magi Highway that the Sebore section of the road will be, a contract could be issued for a bridge to be built so that it is made safer for our users as a national road. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honorable Minister for Works.
Thank you, through you, Acting Speaker. We, like Deputy Speaker and also Acting Speaker, me like thank you, good questions raised by member for Hiri Kwari. The road section between Laloki and Brown River, Laloki Bridge called Brown River, almost 23 kilometers, as you have said, has been awarded to Hebo. We're given commencement letter to commence, but then there was litigation. So we have gone to the court again, second time, and Hebo has won the court case already, and we're given commencement letter to commence very soon. So that road, we are also paid mobilization already, and they are mobilizing to start the road from Laloki to Brown River. Your second point on emergency road while waiting for the main road, yes, we have a contractor on the road who is also doing a maintenance contract on that road, waiting for the actual main contractor to start the sealing. From Laloki up to the top mountain is 4 lane, and from mountain top to Laloki is 2 lane seal. So we have almost 3 contractors. 2 contractors, Dekanai na Chanawi, along los Hiritano na now Hebo. So once those roads are completed, that road is a national highway, and it is very important road. So we are onto it. On your third question on the bridge along the Magi Highway, there's a bridge. We are also working on those roads. We have contractors on the road. We got 2-3 contractors that bridge the road. Now we want to make sure that road is fixed before September 16. So Prime Minister can start from Alatau to Port Moresby, and from Port Moresby, he can drive all the way to Leh, and all the way to Hagen, and all the way to Tari, and down to Kikori. So these are plans that is underway. So we are working on it. May like also thank you underneath law maintenance program. We have 100 million funding for this year. So Sabla Hub Road where we play need emergency or roads that kind of same all funding come in, we plus start to maintain him so that the road is kept in good use. Thank you.
Honorable member, I will recognize member for not fly on his supplementary. The question is raised by you, the honorable member for Hiri, so I will recognize the member for. What's your point of order?
There's no rules that preclude a supplementary to be raised by a person who asks a primary question. It's very linked to the same line of questions. Just one question only for the good minister while he has your attention also. It's concerning the Laloki to Goldie Barracks road as well. It's connected to the same question. And if the good minister could inform the people of Goldie Barracks when the Minister for Point of Order, Minister for Point of Order, yes, sorry.
We'll have the point of order from the Minister. Minister, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Firstly, I'd like the good member for Hiri Koiari to apologize, because when he throws such words, he's not directing it to me, but he's directing it to the people of Papua New Guinea. So he needs to apologize, firstly. Secondly, is that he's asking a new question, so it should be treated as a new question, not a supplement. Thank you.
Honourable members, I think Honourable Member Flo Hiri, as I've stated earlier from the chair on my ruling, that I have given you an opportunity to ask a question, and you did ask a question which the Minister have responded. And maybe the question that you have just raised have slipped off your mind, that you haven't included into the list of questions that you have asked. And you have asked for a supplementary with other members, your colleague members, with you are also asking for supplementary. For that case, I'd like to give opportunity to all your members that are calling for supplementary. But since then you went already to ask the question, I will ask the Minister to quickly respond to the question you have made, and then we have to move on to the question time. Honourable Minister, your point of order is in order. We will do the ruling in the next interruption of questions. I'll allow the Minister to respond to the supplementary made by the member for Hiri.
Thank you, Speaker. The road from Laloki to Goli was under defense. Defense started some work already, but did not complete sealing the road. So I've asked my team to work on that to put some money so we can get a contract to seal that road from Laloki up to Goli. So we are also working on that, but that is within your electorate as well too. So counterpart funding would be also asked to be sourced. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Meneama.
Thank you. Thank you.
Honourable Member, we have a point of order.
You have recognized me. To ask my question, and there was an interruption with the supplementary. Would you give me a privilege to ask the question?
Honourable Member, resume your seat. I recognize you to make a supplementary question. Your colleague member, the member for Hiri, have insisted to, for me to entertain a supplementary, and I did entertain his supplementary. I will ask you to raise your question as a new question. So I've already made a ruling for member for Meneama to raise a question, so I'll allow him to make a question and then I'll recognize you. Yeah. Honourable Member for Meneama.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Luksavelo, people of Meneama. Question without notice, Blomiem, Milagaskim, State Enterprise Minister, but Lugos Emno Stablo House. Tainap me ask him, Prime Minister, this question, Blomi.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Acting Speaker. This country, na government beli me to work lo tok lo buy me go lo making more than something go paperless na e-commerce and big dream na Prime Minister put him display think finish. Imi tok lo buy me go inside lo downstream processing lo industries. Question we me like asking lo you be looking more some plenty man Mary lo this black country now more carry mall or something blow lo basalim. They are trading lo internet, lo communication. The side lo communication, internet service lo this black country and be big black true. All man Mary like trade, no business, small SMEs like we give business and we had. Cost lo utilities was empowered na internet and big pla through. Now this pla cost work lo kinimol plenty or SMEs. So government lo yimi tok lo yimi support him or SMEs na yimi tok lo put him 200 million lo bank. But how can we support those where yimi down him cost lo data inside the country or internet service inside the country blow me plus. So question blow me government been talk lo time before lo me come lo this lap lo time Mr. Budget me arimosem kumul cable na undersea cable government and miranim lo country blow me plan cost blow internet service emba come down but lo, today me no looking cost blow this blow service blow internet me come down or less me okay there is something work lo carrying big blow heavy blow internet inside the country na cost blow utility or some power na internet emi go big plan na kilimol plant your less emis. So question we me like asking him this blow kumul cable undersea cable em also when them no man meri no look savel or this blow I am no trickle down inside law all man meri no businesses law cost law internet service ba come down. Why na this law cost come down? While this law undersea cable na kumul undersea cable come up in his but why na cost come down? Number two suppose internet service cost come down. And then suppose market law me looks suppose a market law internet service providers and more legal line to solo operate law this blah. So government got in plan law opening up all display market so plenty all ISP providers all can compete inside this lab law provide him opening up market na internet service or data service and can come down cost law data service and can come down. Heavy blow display heavy blow internet service inside the country one report where Deloitte been conducting also Oxford Business Group in conducting the 2016 of Bintogosem. One plot law this law heavy law conducting cost of doing business inside the country and internet one plot cost law my one plot law me power. Since 2016 all this law service cost law this law service come down and work law guanta piet. And imi talk law imi go inside the downstream processing. How about imi go inside the downstream processing time?
Honorable member, frame your question. You seems to be repeating yourself, so frame your
number
question.
two, let me finish now. Acting speaker, I'm important law country here. And one man merit law harim.
I understand it's important. I understand. Put your question.
Okay, question me asking me the last law question. Government Prime Minister put him 3 months or he must go into the downstream processing. Cost law power to heavy. Ask them one heavy law power come up to so. One time what is plus something by cost law is plus something by come down. Thank you, acting speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. The honorable Prime Minister.
All right, Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you long. Vice Minister and Member of Lominiama will ask him this important question first. And secondly, let me appreciate students from Quarry Park, Adventist High School, who's up with the public gallery. This is an important question. It is not secret. This government or any government, it is in our government's interest, to bring the cost of business down in our country. In that endeavor, the previous government embarked on this through the cable Kumul Submarine 1 project that enabled connectivity right across our country. In 2019, when we came on board, then Minister of Communication, now Minister of Mining, Minister Paita, they made it his absolute business to attend to this, to bring the cost of data down. There was at one stage, the data core was offering low cost of data to the country early on in 2019. I want to indicate to the country there was the earthquake that happened sometimes back that caused a slip somewhere in between, in between, I think, Millen Bay and Moro Bay, that disturbed the flow of traffic and work to restore this took place. And since then, there was a proposal for the second submarine cable project that came in. I want to indicate to this House, the entire whole of government
put a stay to this proposal until we take a full appraisal as to, against the cost-benefit analysis on the second proposal that has been stayed, to get a full appraisal as to what is the value of a second overlay. The intention, that project really was almost $1 billion again. And we said whether it was worth it pursuing a second option or if there is a better alternate option available in our country, especially also to the use of satellite downlink. Then came in the conversation around Starlink, but all of you know some constitutional officers have their mindset. Ombudsman Commission went to court in the matter of Starlink, thinking that it encroaches against national interest. So this matter is currently working its round through the courts. Some of us have our own personal view on Starlink. We feel that it could assist the space of bringing costs of the ICT space down. But until if the opposition leader could allow me to complete my line of statement, and so that matter is still before court. As soon as the court dispenses this matter, we will look at the entire thing in totality. We believe there's a space for telecom. I want to confess that, you know, some of these ICT spaces are high. The power tariffs are very high. But I want to give full assurance to all members of the House on both sides, the country and stakeholders in the economy, that this government is looking at every ways possible to bring the cost of utilities down. It has been made known earlier that PNG Power has been put on notice. A prospective has been organized for it to be partially privatized. Likewise, Telecom has also been given, KCS has been instructed for a partial privatization. Those are work for us in mid-term to long-term to see if these state-owned enterprises could increase efficiency, passing on efficiency through a reduced price tariff to our consumers. So, to cut a long story short, ICT in 21st century will drive commerce, and not just commerce, but education, health, and all the other service sectors. It is in our government's interest to ensure our platform is not just cheaper, but has the reliability of sovereignty protection. I repeat again, not just cheaper, but has the reliability of sovereignty protection, data protection, and security of our people in that space in the business. So all in all, we're looking at totality from the communication ministry perspective, and how best we could interface with our state-owned enterprise that deals with data and ICT. So a good question. I want to commit to this Parliament a full response through this to this question through a ministerial paper, both from State-owned enterprise and Minister for Communication in our sitting of Parliament that is coming up in July. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm set to recognize member for not fly, so member for not fly, make your question.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before I raise my question, let me thank you for recognizing me. And secondly, another thank you because you recognize the opposition. And the opposition is that we've been very punctual since 10 o'clock this morning. So you have the right to
Honorable member,
us.
you make your
And
question.
I want to thank you.
I've
And give
given you that
preference to
privilege,
us,
John. Don't use that privilege
talking
to...
about line lo government lo punctual. That's what I'm trying to say. But let
your
me ask my
question.
question. My question without notice is to the Prime Minister. And I would like the Minister for Mining, the SOE Minister, and the Minister for Trade and Foreign Trade and Investment to take note, because the
Honorable member, before I'll interrupt you, you have asked for a supplementary question to make a question related to the Minister for Works.
sorry,
Now, since then, I've given you the privileges, you have changed your question to ask the Prime Minister. So I remind you that don't use the supplementary question or point of order so that you can change your topic of question. But I'll allow you to ask your question to the Prime Minister. Go ahead.
Sorry, just to correct you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never stood to ask a supplementary. I only stood up and he was the one. So he was the one. So it's
Honourable
not,
member, you go ahead, ask your question.
thank you, thank you. So my question is in relation to the a company, a state-owned company called Mineral Resource Development Company, initial MRDC. I've got a question in relation to that company, but before I ask a couple of questions to the Prime Minister, I would give some background information so that it helps to understand and make a clear question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, firstly, I rise to raise this question as a host district member from Western Province, where the giant Octeri mine is being mined. And on behalf of the people of Western Province, where it concerns more. And the issue around the management of the equity funds that the people of Western Province hold, but it's been managed by MRDC. I want to inform this House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, MRDC is a state-owned company through an act of Parliament called MRDC Privatization Act 1996 that manages all these funds that's derived from the mine or petroleum company or development. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, any Prime Minister of PNG is automatically the trustee to this company. I want to also inform you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Octeri Mine is now a state-owned company after it was expropriated in 2013 with equity distribution as follows. National governments hold 67%, the mine villages hold 9% under a company called MRSM, Mine Impact Community hold 12%, a company called MRCMCA, and Flat River Provincial Government hold 12% under a company called MROT2. And all these three Western Province entities are subsidiary to this fund manager called MRDC. Again, the Prime Minister is a single trustee to the state's 67% of Octeri. I do not want to elaborate on the history of Octeri, but the concern here is that the mandate that this company, MRDC, holds on managing the beneficiaries' funds. Today, the aggrieved landowners and all the key beneficiaries, including provincial government, LLG districts, have a very concern here today that they are 33% equity in Octeri has been a concern. There is no single audit today to confirm that MRDC has invested in Western Province using their funds. Mr. Deputy Speaker, MRDC has used Western Province people's resources to benefit the rest of PNG, especially Port Moresby, Fiji, Australia with grand investments at the expense of Western Province people. And just to name a few investments, we have a hotel called Pels Hotel in Fiji, Hilton Hotel in Port Moresby, and PNG Air Company, Dirio Power, and all the few to name. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm getting closer to my question, but before that,
make your statement and
before the expropriation of Octeri Mine, the MRDC was already investing in so many businesses prior to the expropriation. I swear here today in this House that none of that investment that they have invested previously, they have not declared one single dividend as of today. Antap Longan, they are now managing the 33%, the equity that belongs to people of Western Province. I also informed this House through your Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that they are declaring the same dividend that Oktedi declares and pass it through them to pass it on to the beneficiaries, the landowners, and everybody. In Tokpisin, by Mitokosem, Marit Antaplo Marit. It's a fun thing. How about you declare him not money, but somebody makes and you pass it on? So that's the issue. MRDC consistently maintains that the role is to utilize money, invest. No God wambla development in come up place. So therefore,
Honorable Member,
my
I
questions
see the importance of what you are raising. We are running short on a time of question time, so you make that short and ask your question.
So therefore, my few series of questions that I would want to raise to the Prime Minister is that question number one. Mr. Prime Minister, through you, Deputy Speaker, can you give an undertaking to this Honorable House that under your leadership you will ensure Western Province exceeds MRDC this year after the full audit? Full audit is undertaken on all the previous investments and continuing now with the 33% equity managed by MRDC as the fund manager. I would rather say that this will be Western Province 50th anniversary gift for supporting PNG's development progress through the mine for the past 40 years. Mani and Narplaman Holim na manage him here. Emino carry 1 plus something. Second question, Mr. Prime Minister, can you give an undertaking to task the Security Commission to investigate MRDC on the use of Western Province 33% equity? And the last question, Mr. Prime Minister, while on the matter about MRDC, I further take along a case about preferred area sister district called Teleforming, has been beneficiary from OTML under Teleforming Development Agreement, which they have secured an NEC endorsement for them to be paid annually 20 million development fund by OTML. Since last 5 years under your tenure, I seek clarification on this, as it's an injustice to the host North Fly district and other 3 districts of Western that do not get such direct development funding from OTML. Therefore, can you as a trustee give an undertaking by doing a honorable thing, ensuring that NEC endorses the same development funding agreement to be given to the 3 or 4 host districts in Western Province to be fair? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I would like to thank you long Member of Not Fly or ask him this important series of questions pertaining to MRDC and Octary mine. Firstly, me like Tok Tok. This is Tok Tok expropriation. I don't think, Mr. Speaker, I may write something. Resource. If you look local history before Papua New Guinea government, Kisim Islam mine, 2001, then government give him indemnity long BHP, long environment, long fly river Bagarap. Now BHP talk, if like indemnity, now me plug water, go finish. Let me start. Long some court case, all people long fly river, he put him. Long destruction, long fly river. And so Long this la court case no in progress 2001. BHP amito me go na me giving back mine come reply. But the structure of the mine, Mr. Speaker, was conveniently done in such a way under the label of sustainability and continued operating under sustainability. PNG Sustainable was stood up or created. And the mine was run with no interest and benefit for PNG, but to the trust deed arrangement arranged for PNG Sustainable. I mean, run him come in up long 2015. Me like Senaplo here, me opposing government long, current opposition big party PNC. Me like put him on record, talk thank you to PNC. And kiss him this long mine come back 100% the country. So I think this la talk about expropriation, you may not can use him. I'm talking about line outside. You got right to fight, lo interest, lo you inside, but PNC government.
Mr. We have point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I think the point of order is against the statement by the Prime Minister to say that people are not going to talk expropriation. Expropriation is a word, it has a meaning by definition, and that's what occurred. It didn't mean that it was wrong, but that's what occurred. So we cannot come to Parliament and say that people are not going to use this word because I'm line outside. It has a definition. So for the interest of the people for Papua New Guinea, those shares were expropriated back. And nothing wrong with that, for the right reasons. So just for the purposes of appropriate record keeping, that's why we talk point of order or talk, you mean I can talk, not can use expropriation because that's what it was. Thank you.
Allow the Prime Minister to respond to the question.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, lo year 1975, time he established a place, I'll call him Negrum. I don't speak English now. Negrum am long Octary area. Me no clear lo word English na expropriation so saus mi isum karange mi tok sara long. Mebab long mereng. But good luck question mebab long not fly make. If you got right lo ask him the question. I want to point and the issue on MRDC, I think there's a need for transparency. Long notice yellow notice paper you may got. Page I don't know which page it is, but notice 52 M talk. MRDC submitting finished report law 2019-2022. Stop law Parliament. Please kiss him na email gonna read him. Report stop finished law Parliament, report long 2019-2020. The companies they're in the process and me stop also himself by trustee na ex officio. You know, me at James Marabe, 1 Tariq at 1% sale or what. Tomorrow, Narlaman kissing Prime Minister, and stop ex officio trustee sell that too. And so, but underneath lo watch lo me currently lo first report come in, lo 2019 na 2020. Stop finish lo handle email members of Parliament. Some of the time, you minister read him, na come talk look in Facebook, that's all, areb lo talk. So me encourage him, read him lo report. Looks inside the report, one M Aswa stop. And you can pick in last one up, Salim go government to one Mipla look. But we've asked already for 2021, 2022, 2023. Especially it's a triple year before 24. On report will come inside. Mila giving Belici, as we speak, unqualified financial audited report. By come close to the Parliament by a preview or look into the report very soon. As you look into the report, financial statement, bank balance, bank account, the entire structure of MRDC in its business investment and the structure of MRDC could be ascertained in the fullest. Deep inside lies that the Octary-related landowner companies and their business investments. But just to give you all some picture, today MRDC is a total investment body, possibly bigger than NASFund and number one super. Their total investment balance sheet sits above 14 billion kina. 14 billion kina. Deep inside, the Octary-related businesses, close to 2-3 billion kina all in all asset and balance sheet. But the exact detail the leader wants, I want to give you full assurance we'll finish that, so that he could look inside. We all could look inside because it's a matter. We represent our people. I fully understand where he's coming from. He needs to know exactly what is happening, whether there's a value for money in being with MRDC or not. On the other question he asked, whether me can give him commitment or exceed him MRDC. This is not a commitment that Prime Minister alone can give. It is it's a company. There's a subjective process. Today, as we speak, because we've asked Octeri Mine to look into ways to extend our mine, Octeri has confirmed that they've given 20 more years to life in the mine. This demands review in the mine operation. The governor, whilst he's in our government, has been a strong voice for Western Province. He's been asking strongly, vigorously for a review that gives greater respect to the people of Western Province in respect to not just the historic past contribution Octeri has made since 1984, but as we put on 20 more years to Octeri, how does Octeri benefit in terms of equity, royalty, compensation, and the just due that is befitting of a great resource contributor to our country. So I want to assure the member that the process, whether to exit MRDC or not, is not subjected to James Marape or the Prime Minister. It is subjected to a process where the consultation does take place. Him as leader of his people, and all those who are in MROT or all the other two companies, as part of the review, they can say we want to exit MRDC. If the majority agree they want to exit MRDC, I don't think there's anything that could stop us, again, subject to the due process and the people's wishes through the due processes. I want to also, his reference to Octeri, that agreement in 1984 does acknowledge teleforming. I beg your pardon, agreement with respect to teleforming. The agreement in 1984 does acknowledge teleforming district. Of course, teleforming is part of the greater Min people in that central west part of our country. And so the 1984 agreement does acknowledge teleforming as a special district that has an association with the Min people in the Octeri mine area and the impact areas. That has not been properly, the benefit that they are supposed to gain in as far as participating in the mine has not been properly disbursed to them for over many years. And since we took office, we reconciled this, we made commitment. Because they are not beneficiary to equity, they are not beneficiary directly to royalty. But as people of the same area, supposed to have some sort of ex gratia or support, and so we've reconciled this through a cabinet process. But again, when we go to the extension of 20-year, the 20-year mine extension consultation, the Western Province people, the associate people in and around the periphery of the mine area has a right to bid in the new mine consultation that will take place.
Honorable Member, what's your point of order?
I want to correct the statement by the Prime Minister. The history, the record books is that there were two agreements signed when the mine started. It's called Teleforming Development Agreement and Kiunga Lake Mari Development Agreement. So the two didn't eventuate, and only recently when we activated teleforming came on board. But we are saying that why not activate the two same time? Thank you.
Honorable Member, I'll allow the Prime Minister to complete the reply to your question. Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, if the member cares to allow me to complete, this will be answered, and he has the opportunity to do a point of order after I'm retired from this question. But in any case, so part of the entire review, we look into this. Octeri is the biggest contributor to our country in as far as mine is concerned, consistently since 1984, and we will not be ignorant to all these things. They're now giving us 20 more years, and people in that area deserves a total envelope of support from us. But talking about funding, the good member is asking as if his district has not been supported with funding. I want to put that we will conduct an investigation into how a 700 million kina funding that was sitting there when I became finance minister in 2012, funding parked under CMCA funds and non-CMCA funds. This fund has been totally depleted, and we will call for a review. Some of these funds may have found its way into North Fly District. Some of these funds may have found its way into South Fly District, or into Delta District, or into Western Province, or into every Tom, Dick, and Harry who were flying in and out of Western Province. So we will check. 700 million kina worth of development should be on the ground in these areas. When I was finance minister, there were people shopping around for us to concord the trust instrument, and I put a stop to all these trust instruments that would give an indication that these funds is to be used elsewhere. This is an infrastructure fund. As a result of the trust deed in shutting down the mine in 2001, those funds were accumulated for Western Province. Not Teleformit, not other areas, but Western Province. And so we will check, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you, the member, it is only fair when we look into Western Province, we leave no stone unturned in everything in totality. So when we go to the new 20 years, including MRDC, whether there's a need for them to maintain relations with MRDC or go on their own, like the Lihirs did, we leave no stone unturned. So the 20 years of extended Oak Teddy life, Oak Teddy and Western Province and surrounding areas get to know that they've truly hosted a world-class mine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Governor for East New Britain.
Well, thank you, Deputy Acting Speaker. Before me ask him, me can ask him to extend him question time.
Honourable members, the question is that the question time be extended for 20 minutes. Those in favour, please stand. Absolute majority. You may be seated. 20 minutes is extended. So, honourable members, I understand that there are many of you that wish to ask questions. 20 minutes is still not sufficient enough for all of you. So please make your background of the question short, and the ministers responding to the question, make it short to the point so we can allow for many to make questions. Honourable Governor for East New Britain.
Right, thank you, Acting Speaker. I direct my questions to the Honourable Prime Minister, and may I ask the Minister for Provincial Local Level Government to take note. This is in regards to the East New Britain autonomy. Honourable Prime Minister, during the 30th anniversary of the Rabaul volcanic eruption at Gelegele in Kokopo, Rabaul, last year you announced your support for the autonomy for East New Britain. That statement raised strong expectations among our people. Our call for autonomy is not about separation. It's about empowering our province to make decisions, manage our resources, and deliver better services to our people. Therefore, Honourable Prime Minister, triple ask him to solve. What actions have been taken since the announcement last year? Number two, is there a clear roadmap or timeline in place? As East New Britain, I think the discussions it's been ongoing for 24 years now. And number three, what role is the Department of Provincial and Local Level Government Affairs playing in this process? Honourable Prime Minister, while we acknowledge the support the national government has provided to East Nipetan over the years in key development areas. We need to know what the national government's stand is on this important agenda that has been outstanding for 24 years. Acting Speaker, before I sit down, I would also like to commend the work of the Provincial Autonomy Committee. We have been actively progressing our autonomy agenda together with New Ireland and our provincial governments. Some have passed on, like Sir Julius Chen, Chief Sinai Brown, and this whole line and only go past these all discussions. Long the time through na. Time you go to Isni Bitan, all man by, you talk to all, any other forum, Boli talk to Lucia. Lastly, Saturday last week marked Isni Bitan 40th anniversary in its provincial government in a province. So while in the provincial governments, I know that there's been governors' forums, consultations. There were other national departments that will come down to the place, consult, want them people online to the place. People like Sabe, how long ba people oglo, waiting response from national government. Thank you, Acting Speaker.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
All right. Deputy Speaker, me talk thank you long, brother leader and governor long new East New Britain province. Thank you long this three question you on the issue of autonomy. And I noticed that autonomy conversation has been going on for a much longer time. I want to confirm that the last government did make mention and commit 3 provinces to be trial in the autonomous government arrangements. I want to also say here, in the same breath, that this autonomy conversation is not similar to the autonomous Bougainville government we have. They have their own distinct autonomous Bougainville government. This one that is proposed is to ensure that functional autonomy is held in the 3 provinces that was earmarked. Since the announcement in 2014, 2015, thereabouts, there has been some work happening. We now, through the Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government, have been asked to give a considered effort. We get these 3 provinces off the ground. But when we came into office, we threw in the economic element to it. There is no relevance or use whatsoever for you to be labeled as autonomous government unless you still unless you are economically strong and you are able to finance the functions that you take care of. So when we came on board, we overlaid this work. If you are to be autonomous, how do you fund functions that you are carrying yourself? You talk autonomy, but you must still depend on Waigani. Then Emino really match him. Thinking also you must send up the leg yet. So we now we're getting the Ministry of Provincial and Local Government and our Treasury team and PM's department working. These are areas where you could be able to self-finance, self-raise finance, and carry that responsibility yourself with minimal requirement from Waigani to give support. So I want to confirm we have not killed the 3 provinces from being autonomy. We also were conscious that we had Bougainville referendum running. We do not want to run sort of these 2 things parallel, although they in principle and technically they're different. But the word autonomy also has a parallel to Bougainville. It's the same word used in Bougainville as much as the 3 provinces who were trying to be autonomous. So we're trying to make it absolutely clear. It's an autonomy level below sovereignty contest. It's an autonomy level that transfers functions clearly augmented already in the provincial and local level government law to yourselves, but also where others we could transfer, we transfer. But with the transfer, you must be able to generate revenue. Your revenue must support the functions that you have as far as autonomy is concerned. So Eastern Britain, I want to comment. I was with the provincial government and the team that celebrate the Eastern Britain Provincial Government Night provinces, Provincial Day last Saturday in a very good program where they had culture and exhibitions going on. I want to congratulate East New Britain Provincial Government, Governor Marum yourself. Without making too much noise, they get on with the business of running their province and serving the people much, much better. In fact, unreservedly, in my view, they are possibly the leading provincial government in our country right now, overqualified for functional autonomy and economic autonomy consistent with this Pangu administration's view. And by September 16, the fullest definition of autonomy per se that we are tailoring will be announced to the country, and by September 16 this year, right to September 15th next year, in our 50th year as part of the reset, clarifying the function of provincial government, entrusting it, and allowing those who qualify for autonomy to gain autonomy and work. So Waikari is not the only power center. We have power centers in the provincial headquarters. They run the provinces, they serve the people, and Waikari become the oversight, macro manager, etc., going forward. This is the line of thinking we have. Mind you, it was a Pangu government that constructed provincial government system. I'm here not to kill the provincial government system, but rather entrench it. Waikani have 18 months grace period functions. Provincial governors have full 5-year mandate. And I want to rally all of us, especially open members, let us support strengthening provincial government. The governors have 5-year mandate. If they do their work much better with functions, life is easier for whoever is Prime Minister going forward. Thank you.
We have a supplementary. Honorable Governor for his speak.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Could the Prime Minister explain his definition, because he said that in order for East New Britain to be granted autonomy, they have to raise enough money to fund themselves. Now, what is the definition between autonomy and independence? And I want to preface it by asking the Prime Minister this. In Australia, the federal government grants, block grants down to all the states, and it allows the states to carry out all of their functions autonomously. So what the Prime Minister is suggesting for East New Britain is that if they raise all of their funds, then they will become autonomous. But I want to caution the Prime Minister. What he is suggesting is independence for East New Britain. Because if they are going to raise their own funds, they don't need the central government. So I would like to ask the Prime Minister to explain to the people of Papua New Guinea his understanding of full independence, as is the case demanded by the autonomous region of Bougainville, and the autonomy that all provinces, including East New Britain, are asking for, which is similar to what is practiced in Australia, the United States, China, all of the states in Europe, and elsewhere around the world, which is federal governments fund lower governments, and then there is autonomy in terms of functions. It is not a one-way street where the national government collects its own funds, and then provinces like East New Britain come along and you say, you raise your own money, and then we'll give you the functions. So could the Prime Minister explain to all of the governors in the House and our people what his definition of autonomy and independence are? Because as far as I can hear him responding to the good governor for East New Britain, he is suggesting independence for East New Britain.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to rebut the supplementary question from the Governor of East Sepik. When you stand up with your ears shut, you misquote people. You misquote people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I never said independence for with autonomy for East New Britain. When you assume and make inferences, and when you come with a place in heart that is totally misplaced, then you make assumptions. There was no pointer to independence in my reply to this. Functional autonomy must be supported by revenue-raising measures in the province. And even the current organic law on provincial and local level government, my mind cannot recollect the section, There is a place in that law that allows for provinces to raise revenue. Hardly any provincial governors use those provisions to raise revenue. 30 years on in our country.
Ever.
Sorry, Prime Minister, I want to help you. Section 105 of the the organic law on provincial and local level government state out clearly for the autonomy in finance, Unfortunately, the O'Neill government passed a bill to eliminate that. So there is no provisions there for financial autonomy. Thank you.
Honorable Governor, your point for Synod Prime Minister to continue.
All right, but our very experienced governor of Morobe maybe is pointing to a correct vacuum in law. These are part of the entire overall overhaul we're doing in the provincial government systems. One principle and fact remain: this Pangu administration at the eve of our nation's 50th is not in the business of taking back power from provinces. Rather, we want to empower provinces. You governors have the security of tenureship. You must be empowered. But we want to package the functional autonomy conversation with the financial autonomy and economic autonomy and ability to raise revenue. Remember in 2019 when we arrived in government, we said the provinces must be economic centers. Right now, the only 2 economic or 3 economic provinces, NCD, Morobe due to lay and the Morobe economy, Mount Hagen is emerging and Western Highlands, and East New Britain, commendations to East New Britain, they overqualify. Through agriculture-based economy, East New Britain has diversified, and they have, right now in my view, East New Britain qualifies number 1 to move to the autonomy model we are looking at. That is to marry your ability to raise finance, to carry functions that you are running, and the functions that we fully transfer to this province. Simple as that. Nothing about independence. In fact, part of the process going forward next year, we'll make it absolutely clear in our laws, and I ask all members to support, outside of Bougainville, the entire 21 province. You can talk autonomy, but you must not talk independence. But we find formulas that you raise revenue yourself. You'll ask him to make him work. You also find him money to raise him. Supporting one to work him, money a national government will have. Whether it's block grant or ex gratia component or kina for kina, national government will still, through the equalization formula, make sure that the province does receive support. But whatever fund you raise, you're able to look after your people and your province as we all work towards a life beyond 50 years. So it's a major construct we're trying to do. All provinces are qualified to go through this, but we must have qualifiers. Not everyone. In the madras for autonomy, everyone becomes autonomy. Key qualifiers must remain. Chief amongst them is your ability to raise finance and systems of governance to make sure that you are functioning well and you are doing things in your own right, contributing to the progress of that part of our country. Thank you, Thomas.
The Honourable Member for Talasia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, for recognizing the people of Talasia. I would like to ask my series of questions to the Health Minister. Before I ask my question, I wish to congratulate the Marape-Rosso government, the donor agencies, and the professional doctors who were involved in making this historical achievement possible at the Port Moresby General Hospital for successful delivery of the first kidney transplant on the 14th of May 2025. This is a significant milestone in our nation's health history as we are approaching the 50th anniversary. I sincerely thank the Prime Minister and his government, including the past leadership and the current leadership, for this historical achievement. My series of questions to the Health Minister is, number 1, can the Minister confirm whether Papua New Guinea currently has a comprehensive legislative framework that governs organ and tissue donation and transplantation? If not, what steps are being taken to develop such law. Number 2 question, is there a law in place that regulates the process of organ donation in PNG, including donor consent, organ matching, and protection against commercial organ trade? Question number 3, what legal mechanisms or oversight bodies are in place to ensure that future transplants are conducted ethically and in compliance with both national and international medical standards? Number 4, can the Minister provide a timeline or update on when the proposed kidney transplantation legislation will be introduced in Parliament and what key provisions will be included to regulate such medical procedures? Number 5, in the absence of a specific transplant law, what legal protections are currently afforded to transplant patients and medical practitioners in the event of medical complications or disputes? And finally, will the upcoming legislation, if any, ensure equitable access to transplant service and prevent potential discrimination or misuse in organ allocation? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Minister for Health.
Thank you very much, the Acting Speaker. I thank the member for Talasia and the Chairman of the Public Accounts Committee for this very, very important question. We face many challenges in the public health system, but this important news coming out from Port Moresby General Hospital on the 14th and the 15th of May 2025 is a significant achievement to the public health system in our country. And all this won't be possible if we do not have the leadership of the Prime Minister. On the 8th of August 2022, the Prime Minister stood on the floor during his inaugural statement on the floor of Parliament and said these important points. We must begin to do kidney transplant in 2025. We must treat our cancer cases. We must treat our heart patients in 2025. And I want to say today, on behalf of the Department of Health Fraternity, it's an important achievement for all of us. Coming back to the question raised by the good member, we have 3 important laws. Firstly, that covers the kidney transplants or organ transplants in Papua New Guinea. First law, Immigrant Anatomy Act of 1962 or 61. Number 2 law, Immigrant Principal Act of Public Health Act in 1973. Na amendment kamp 2023. And I'm to thank you long, the former Minister of Health, Dr. Lino, lo making this arrangement in place, lo amending the Public Health Act of 1973. He got on the clear section where he took him that allows for organ transplants in the country. Emi clear, emi stop straight with slap. And then we got National Health Administration Act of 1997, where we talk law standards, talk law quality, talk law safety of how all these projects must be done by what kind of professionals, what kind of environment. All of these are already set up properly in the system. So firstly, yes, on behalf of the Department of Health and me today answering this question, you got 3 important law covering this space long kidney transplants. Under law, we got policy. Law 14th of May 2025, the NEC approving surgical obstetrics and anesthetic policy on that very day, in the evening of the approval. We got this first operation case come up. So we are covered, fully covered. So we got this East up. The policy surgical obstetrics and anesthetic policy 2025 to 2030, and we covered West up inside. And then under the policy, we got standard operating procedures, and it's 3 to 5 years work where plant clinicians, PMGH, led by many of our chief clinicians, only take part in. Now you got is a wide ranging of clinical procedures that covered under this, that must cover different sites, different sorts of surgical cases where perform inside the health system. So we got legislation step, and then we got a policy step, we got SOP step, where we do cover all ethical requirements, consent form set by donor, give him kidney, organ for that matter. Now you got to start by receiving this to only fully undergoing different processes yet. Now only amas na arim talk, and then only get consent system where only been signing. So I want to say today that all of the systems are currently in place by our government. The performing kidney transplant in our country is safe,
is fully covered by our various laws with all the policy and ethical procedures in place. One black kidney transplant, suppose Somlo line blue yumi igolo overseas, it's a cost of 400 to 500,000 kina one black case tasol. One black case tasol. At the moment, we have about 50 blood line is our call PMCH or PNC Kidney Foundation that is actually run by Sir Martin Paul and Team Blongem. I want to acknowledge them. They actually participated in training many of our nephrologists or kidney specialists for the last couple of years. So we've got 40 to 50 blood line also go to PMCH or PNC Kidney Foundation, also go on this dialysis system, kidney dialysis system. Many of them go there 3 times a week. Today, from the report coming out from PMCH, this line we already give them transplant for the last 3 weeks. For the first time after 5 years, all in a call this dialysis system. That's a history for us. That's a history for us. History for us. There are 50 of our patients, our people every day, they have to go to a dialysis 3 times a week. So I'm saying, we thank you, Doctor. The team we only go past this important milestone achievement, PMGH, Department of Health Secretary, everyone else. I believe also we can do a lot. We have a heart facility there, KPHL supporting it with up to 10 million kina. We now have a 2,000 line only instead of Australia. They are now only go to KPHL, a heart facility, Bloyumi. Now only saving 2 days through 200 million kina. We are also supposed to go overseas. These are important achievements by our country. Important achievements. You'll be opening my brachytherapy. It's cancer unit late this year. This year, September, by me opening the state-of-art cancer facility PMGH as well. So Prime Minister Tokosam, we need to reduce the number of our people going overseas. Leaders below government, leaders below Parliament, our citizens today, I want to say that we are achieving this, making sure that our people have access to quality healthcare in our country, and we are on track. I want to say thank you to NFA, National Fisheries Authority, for committing 10 million kina of funding kidney transplant will take place. So thank you long UK team, all been come long assisting team here, making kidney transplant policy possible. Thank you very much again for allowing me to answer this important question. Papua New Guinea, kidney transplant is in place. We are fully covered. Please knock and pour it, come and look online by PMTH local service. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, our 20 minutes that we have asked to extend have already expired. There's no more extension. The Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Prime Minister, we have a point of order.
Acting Speaker, my point of order just relates to the absence of the good treasurer from the House. Last Tuesday, on the 27th of May, when asked about the crisis that the country was going through in terms of the cash flow management, fiscal discipline, the good treasurer promised, Mr. Speaker, told all honourable members of the House that he would bring the final budget outcome 2024 and present it today on Thursday, the 5th of June. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to play hide and seek with the treasurer. He's not in the House. We don't see that on the program listing, Leader of Government Business, take note, that we have the FBO to be presented. He is 3 months late, Mr. Speaker, and this is a concern that not only affects me, but it should be affecting everybody in the House. We have an economic crisis looming, and we need the Treasurer to come in and present the final budget outcome. So, Mr. Speaker, I suggest, through you, that you adjourn Parliament until after lunch, bring the Treasurer in, get the House in order, so we can all have a look at the FBO. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, your point, the Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader, your point that you have raised is an important of the Parliament. The Minister have made an indication of bringing that, and it is at it is with the Minister to notify the Speaker and the Chair to put it on a notice paper for that action. Since then, it's not here. Honourable Governor, for his speak, you will resume your seat. I will not entertain this point of order, as we have already processed it to the, but we cannot add on another.
In light of the floor, Mr. Speaker, in light of the floor.
Honourable Member, as everybody, many statements that have mentioned here on the floor of Parliament, it depends on every minister on how they prepare to bring themselves. And as soon as they bring that, it will be on the table. Yeah, when they are ready and they have notified the chair will bring that on. It is not for us on the floor of Parliament to ask the chair to call on the member or call on the minister to make on the statement he made during the question time. So I will not allow for that. Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to seek leave of our chair to make response to questions without notice asked by the Deputy Opposition Leader two sittings ago.
Leave granted. Prime Minister, make your statement.
All right, thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And on the issue of final budget outcome, Treasurer is in the process of completing his work. Once he's ready, he will give an address to this House and reveal the final budget outcome 2024. Treasurer is not evading job, rather he's attending to this job in his absence. We are carrying him on the floor, but he's also doing the same work expected of him outside, and very soon he will avail himself on the floor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the good Deputy Opposition Leader asked two good questions on Tuesday, if I'm not wrong. One pertaining to what is the employment figures we have in the country. More so, in the underlying intent of this is what is the job you have created or this government has created since taking office. The second question he asked was what is the value of GDP per capita in respect to our economy or GDP. I want to make some response by offering some statistics sourced from Internal Revenue Commission. I want to point to this as a data, as a reference that may indicate where we are in as far as employment is concerned. 2018, the total quantum contributors to personal income tax in 2018 was 453,222. That's 2018. So those who are employed, basically, they pay their personal income tax. In a year running from 2019 onwards, time will not allow me to go through them, but for 2023, statistics at IRC stands at 547,833. So if you look at it, this is an increase. This is an increase of 18% in numbers, representing 94,617 more people who are now paying their personal income tax. Lest we forget, since 2023, we've given the highest ever tax relief. And so there's about 100,000 or so who are not paying personal income tax right now. From those who are now earning, as of last year, we've entrenched 20,000 kina as the floor level of taxable income. And so those earning under 20,000 kina, our people are doing the work on the floor. The low-income earners are no longer paying any personal income tax. So, but for those who are paying personal income tax above 20,000 kina, even then, there's an increase here, increase of 94,617, and this is 2023 statistics. I want to confirm when last year there was a GDP growth of over 4%, there's certainly bound to be expansion when you see headlines from NASFAN, for instance. And this statistics does not include, as I said earlier, those who are earning lesser. Last year we had NASFAN indicating 27,000 more new members contributing into NASFAN. Earlier in 2023, you had NASFAN indicating 34,314 new members enrolled into NASFAN. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an indication of new members coming in because they're employed in the construction, private sector, et cetera, right across our country. So I would, if the member could allow me to give a detailed synopsis into where the different sector of the employment is taking place, whilst I'll be the first to admit this 94,000 new members since 2019 is not adequate to satisfy those who come to the job market every year from our universities and colleges. 94,000 new employees is better than nothing at all. So I just want to say this. On the economy, when he asked, in as far as what is the per capita income is concerned, I want to indicate to this House, for the first time since 1975, we've broken into the $4,000 per capita income for the first time since 1975. In 2019, when we took government, the number was still below 3,000 kina per capita GDP. And this all.
I'm just seeking some clarification from the Prime Minister. As he knows, per capita income is total incomes divided by the population. Now, as far as I understand, unless the good minister has already released the census figures, I'd like to ask how the Prime Minister came upon that number. Thank you. Without the census figures. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Governor, for his speak, I'll allow the Prime Minister to, your point of order is like you're raising a question in regard to the statement, so I'll allow the Prime Minister to do the reply and take note of your point of order. Prime Minister.
All right, good intervention, good point of order, and that's a correct ask. Where do you benchmark your denominator from? And I want to indicate these statistics are available: Treasury statistics, Central Bank statistics, IMF statistics, IRC statistics, NAS Fund statistics, number one super statistics, ANZ statistics, Westpac statistics, and on the average, we make these indications on the average. The good governor is quite correct when indicate the population data does give us an affirmative. When the 20 census that we are running does complete and give us a round-off on the estimate of our population, that will be the new basis of calculation going forward. At the moment, the current model we have runs those numbers, and IMF, World Bank, ADB, Central Bank all confirm. And for the first time now, based on the current calculation modality we have, for the first time since 1974, our country has gone past $4,000 per capita speaking. We've been carrying, on average, around 2,000, in between 2,000 to 3,000 for so long. We took office when we haven't even gone past 3,000 yet. Today we've gone past $4,000 per capita. We are now classified as a lower middle income earning nation. We've on our way, trying our best to hit the target as set by Grand Chief Somare when he handed down Vision 2050 in 2010. Those targets are far off, but at least there's some element of progress in as far as the pendulum is concerned in moving north than moving south. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Papers. Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to a statute, I present the Village Courts and Land Mediation Secretariat annual reports for the years 2015 and 2016 and 2017 and the 2018 and 2019 and 2020 and 2021 and 2022. Mr. Clerk, I hand over the signed reports to the clerk, not to the, as required by the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, I ask the Labour Parliament to make a statement in connection with the reports.
Sleep granted. Sleep granted.
Thank you, Acting Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of this Honourable House, it is with a great pleasure that I present this Honourable House the outstanding Village Courts and the Land Mediation Secretariat annual reports for the years of 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. Mr. Speaker, the village court system is a unique court system in Papua New Guinea that Section 172 of the Constitution allows for its establishment. The Constitution further gives prominence to the village court to apply customs and customary procedures when dealing with matters brought before it. Village courts play a significant role in the country's legal system, providing accessible and culturally appropriate dispute resolution mechanisms, particularly in rural and remote areas where formal courts are often inaccessible. They have helped alleviate the caseload burden appropriate dispute resolution measures, particularly in rural and remote areas where formal courts are often inaccessible. They have helped alleviate the caseload burden on formal courts and contributed to the maintenance of the social harmony within the communities. Village courts have a long history, deeply rooted in traditional customary practices, which have been incorporated into the formal justice system of Papua New Guinea. The concept of village courts traces back to the free colonial era when Papua New Guinea was composed of numerous distinct tribal groups with their own customary laws and practices. Despite the conflicts within these communities were resolved through traditional mechanisms, often led by respected village elders or the chiefs. Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of colonial administration by German and later Australia, the formal legal system was established in Papua New Guinea. However, recognizing the importance of customary law and limitations of the formal court in reaching remote areas, the Village Court Act was passed in 1974 rather. The Act was further reviewed and passed in 1989, with additional amendments made in year 2014. Law into the formal justice system and established village courts as a means of resolving minor civil and criminal cases at the local level. Mr. Speaker, the Village Courts Act allowed for the creation of the village courts throughout the country. Now we have a total of 1,600 area established village court areas managed by 18,400 area village court officials, includes the village court magistrates, village court peace officers, and the court clerks. These courts are presided over by village court magistrates who are selected and appointed by the communities. Village magistrates received training in the basic legal procedures and are authorized to adjudicate cases based on customary law as long as they do not conflict with the national laws or human rights standards. Mr. Speaker, the jurisdiction of village courts is primarily jurisdiction of village court. Thank you. Village courts is primarily focused on minor offenses and disputes, including matters related to land disputes, domestic issues, minor criminal offenses, and disputes of property or compensation. Village courts are empowered to mediate and facilitate the resolution of the conflicts through traditional practices, emphasizing restorative justice and community reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, since the establishment, village courts function was delegated to the provincial governments through the organic law on provincial and local level. Governments. In 2013, the National Executive Council, NEC, through its decision number 285 in stroke 2013, approved the transfer of the decentralized village court allowances functions to the Department of Justice and Attorney General, and with increased funding allocation in village courts in 2014 budget. This resulted in the successful processing of the village court officials' allowances through the national government's Alaska payroll system, where a total of 10,628 village court officials out of the 18,480 went on payroll for the first time. Moreover, decentralized land mediation function of the provincial governments was transferred back to the Department of Justice and Attorney General through the endorsement of the NEC in its decision number 203/2015. Mr. Speaker, the operation of a function of the village courts and the land mediation was further decentralized through the NEC decision number 2009, assigning services, delivery functions, and responsibilities to the provincial and local level governments. accompanied by the functional grants to each of the provinces. The disbursements of the village courts functional grants commenced in 2009, while for land mediation in 2015. Mr. Speaker, 2015 annual report shows the passing of the Village Courts Amendment Act 2014 by the National Parliament. The amendment was done especially to provide for increased access to village courts services by the women and the children so that their rights may be protected. The year also saw establishment and the proclamation of 184 new village court areas. In addition, a total of 4,791 cases were reportedly dealt with by the village courts of Eastern Islands, East Sepik, Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Medang, New Island, Gulf, Ella, Western Islands, Central, Morobe, the National Capital District, Milne Bay, and Manus provinces, which submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, the 2016 annual report shows the commencements of payment of permanent land mediators allowances on the Alaska payroll system. This stemmed from the NEC decision number 2003/2015 on the transfer of land mediation services in the delivery function and the grants to the Department of Justice and Attorney General. The Village Courts Secretariat had a total of 1,424 land mediators and 10,628 village court officials on the payroll. Also, a total of 4,175 cases were reportedly dealt with by the village courts of East Sepik, Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Central, Milne Bay, Medang, Manus, West Sepik, Western Islands, Morobe, Northern, Gulf, National Capital District, Ella, and Eastern Islands provinces which submitted their quarterly reports.
Honourable Minister, we have a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if I could indulge the House through you, pursuant to Standing Order 246, rather than have the Minister labour through the speech which we all have, we commend the Minister for his performance. Could I move to take note of the paper and that his speech be incorporated into the Hansard?
Honourable Deputy Abushi, I would not allow for you to move a motion while the speech is still on, so he hasn't completed the speech. I will still allow the Minister to complete the speeches. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I take note of it, but it is important that village courts perform an important function that people must see and hear whether the people submit their reports or not. So it is important for Deputy Opposition Leader to take note of it. I may be slow, but please allow me. Mr. Speaker, in 2017 annual report shows the conduct of the baseline assessment of the village court system in 3 islands, provinces of Eastern Islands, Western Islands, and Chimbu. The assessment was conducted in 45 village court areas within the 3 provinces. In addition, there were 3 memorandum of understanding or MOUs on provincial land dispute settlement committee, matters signed by the department and the ministerial services with the provinces of the Morobe, Western Islands, and the autonomous region of Bougainville. The year also saw a total of 745 cases reportedly dealt with by village courts of those provinces that have submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, 2018, the annual report documented one of the main achievements, which was the passing of the Village Court Act, the Village Courts Amendment Act 2018 in Parliament. The power of appointment and suspension of village court clerks and peace officers were given to the executive and director of the village courts and the land mediation secretariat. And the year saw the 2 memorandum of understanding MOUs on provincial land disputes committee signed by the department and ministerial services with the Jiwaka and Chimbu provinces, in line with the national government land development program. The MOUs were signed to support the provincial land disputes committee to effectively function and operate in the provinces. Also, a total of 7,444 49 cases were reportedly dealt with by the village courts of Chimbu. The Central, Isipik, Manus, Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Medang, Western, Northern, Morobe, Melenbe, West Numbritan, National Capital District, Gulf, Ela, Jiwaka, and West Sipik province, which submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, annual report documented one of the main achievements, which was the commandments of the hiring additional 2 peace officers from 1,680 village court areas. A total of 3,360 peace officers from the 22 provinces were hired and are now on Alaska payroll system. The year saw the 5 memorandum of understanding on provincial land disputes committee signed by the department and ministerial services with Melenbe and Central, New Island, Southern Islands, and West New Britain provinces. Signed to support the provincial land disputes committee to effectively function and operate in the provinces. Also, the total of 4,000 cases were reportedly dealt with by village courts of Chimbu, Mendang, Central, Western Islands, National Capital District, Manus, Jiwaka, Morobe, Gulf, Western Islands, Eastern Islands, Northern, Eastern Britain, Western Britain, West Sepik, and Autonomous Region of Bougainville, which submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, the annual report captures the NEC approval of the crime prevention through revitalized village courts system strategy 2022 2020 to 2030 and subsequent appropriation of 7 million annually for a successful implementation of the strategy which came about at a very challenging time of COVID-19 pandemic. The plan and the lead up key activities as the awareness, socialization, and sensitization, whether don't worry, you can read this. With the stakeholders in the provinces and the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, to partner at the sub-national levels did not eventuate due to COVID-19 restrictions and the control measures. The village courts audit exercise was conducted in the provinces of Eastern Islands, Jiwaka, Southern Islands, Enga, Eastern Britain, and the National Capital District. A total of 466 village court areas were audited with over 3,400 officials interviewed. A total of 400 cases were reportedly dealt with by village courts of Chimbu, Mendang, Central, Western Islands, National Capital District, Manus, Jiwaka, Morobe, Gulf, Western, Eastern, East Sepik, Northern, New Ireland, Eastern Britain, West Sepik, Western Britain, and Autonomous Region of Bougainville, which submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, annual report featured the
Honourable Minister, we have a point of order again from the Minister.
Just for completeness and correctness, the good Attorney General has just stated on the third, the fourth, the fifth page, Mr. Speaker, the second paragraph, the third paragraph, a total of 400 cases were reportedly dealt with by the village courts of Simbu, Madang, Central, Western Highlands, National Capital District, Manus, Jiwaka, Morobe, Gulf, Western, East Sepik, Northern, East New Britain, West Sepik, West New Britain, and the Autonomous Region of Bougainville, which submitted their quarterly reports. That's the third paragraph, and it's a direct copy of the last paragraph on the fourth page. which says exactly the same verbatim. So, is it a typing error?
The Honorable
Can you just confirm that it's a typing error? It's not, because you've stated that that's the performance of the village courts.
Honorable Deputy Opposition Leader, I will not allow for your point of order. The Minister is still presenting his paper. I will ask that when he completed his paper, there will be a debate, and if you would like to debate on that, you will debate on it. We cannot debate the statement while the paper is still presented. So.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This work has never been done before. As you can see, it's not my time, it's done before. I'm trying my best to bring the report. You have to appreciate that what I'm putting efforts into this job. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, annual report featured the NEC endorsement of the Village Court Policy 2020 and 2030. The department also officially launched the crime prevention through revitalized Village Courts Systems Strategy 2020 and 2030. The Village Courts Strategy is the implementation framework of the Village Courts Policy. The EU also saw the conduct of a village courts audit exercise in Ella, Autonomous Region of Bougainville, Morobe province, covering 139 village court areas. The audit exercise was conducted to take stock of the village court officials on the ground before the rollout of the village court strategy and the policy. Moreover, there were a total of 227 cases reportedly dealt with by village courts of Central, Jiwaka, Western Islands, Ella, National Capital District, and West Sepik province was submitted their quarterly reports. Mr. Speaker, the 2022 report also captured the rollout of the village court house projects. 16 village courts areas in the 8 provinces have shown interest and subsequently selected for building village court houses. The construction of the 2 village court houses have been successfully completed, particularly in Munjing in Makam, Munjing in Makam and Morobe province, and Woodless Bay in Supaseria. Most of you know that place.
Supaseria.
Yes, I know you all know that. Central province. The year also saw another achievement under the village courts crime prevention strategy, which is the socialization and sensitization of the village courts crime prevention strategy 2020-30 and village courts policy on 2020 to 2030 at the provincial and district level. The policy and the strategy were the tailor-made blueprints that requires partnership with sub-national stakeholders for its successful implementation. Socializing the concept and diluting or diluting to provincial districts and LLG development plans were prioritized. The establishment of the provincial village court committees in Milne Bay and Southern Islands provinces also another achievements for the year 2022. Under the village court's crime prevention strategy and the review of Village Court Act and the Village Court officials training package was conducted that year as well. Mr. Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, with that I now commend this Village Court and the Land Mediation Secretariat annual reports for the year ending 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021, and 2022 for the House.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the paper and the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for a subsequent sitting.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The Honourable Minister for Tourism and Promotion Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to just correct you. It's Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Minister. Go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to statute, I present the annual reports of the Tourism Promotion Authority for the years 2020 and 2021.
Minister for Tourism and Arts.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to make a statement in connection with the reports.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, firstly, let me just inform Parliament that the speech or statement you see in front of you is not a correct speech or statement. I've actually revised the statement because the initial statement was made for the former minister, and the revised statement bears my letterhead and my signature. I will ensure that the proper statement be distributed to all members of Parliament from my office and the office of the Tourism Promotion Authority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present the Tourism Promotion Authority's 2020 and 2021 annual report to Parliament. Mr. Acting Speaker, the years 2020 and 2021 were the most difficult years when the COVID-19 pandemic was at its peak. And Papua New Guinea, like many other countries in the world, was adversely affected. Most of the industries and businesses in the world wound down, and the worst was affected was the tourism industry. Hence, the downturn in the global economy, which is still felt today. With international travel restrictions, border closures, and mandatory quarantine measures, the number of international visitors in 2020 and 2021 declined drastically. The decline in the revenue for the years 2020 and 2021 led to job losses and reduced economic activities in the tourism sector. Close of hotels, resorts, and tour operators had a rippling effect on other industries and businesses such as transportation, restaurants, and retails were also affected. The loss of income from tourism has also affected the government's revenue collections, as the tourism sector also contributes significantly to the nation's economy. Mr. Acting Speaker, our government did not take this downturn sitting idle. While taking all necessary COVID-19 new protocols or new normal protocols to safeguard our citizens and visitors, the government initiated several measures to support the tourism sector to become more resilient. The government actually intervened by providing financial support to the already affected businesses. The government in turn encouraged domestic tourism by encouraging citizens to become local tourists within our country. Mr. Acting Speaker, the lesson from the COVID-19 pandemic that we can take forward is that of domestic trade, including local tourism, must be seriously encouraged and promoted. The day our international borders are closed, domestic tourism or domestic trade and travel must kick in so as to sustain our local economy. To encourage local tourism, we must, Mr. Speaker, look at now seriously reducing our domestic airfares. Mr. Acting Speaker, overall the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the tourism industry in Papua New Guinea has been significant. However, our resilience and efforts to mitigate the effects and support the recovery of the sector has been very positive and encouraging. I urge the government to consider the challenges facing the tourism industry and increase its funding support so that the agency can continue to enhance its efforts to develop tourism products and maintain international tourism benchmarks. I thank our Prime Minister, the Honourable James Marape, for his leadership through the difficult years, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic-induced period. I also thank the ministers and the members of Parliament from both sides of the House for being supportive in our efforts to drive tourism as a major sustainable industry to grow our economy. Despite the challenges presented by the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020 and 2021, the PNG Tourism Promotion Authority has been resilient and has once again fulfilled its legal obligation to deliver a timely audited report of its finances to Parliament in compliance with the Public Finance Management Act. I am grateful to the Auditor General's Office for its continuous due diligence checks on Tourism Promotion Authority's finances every year without fail. These reports are proof of that collaboration. Mr. Acting Speaker, I also commend the Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Eric Mosman Uvovo, and his executive management for its own due diligence as well as its effective management through the crisis. We are a formidable unit, only limited by sufficient funding support from the national government to do more for our people and our country. Mr. Acting Speaker, tourism, arts and culture has since independence in 1975 been heavily reliant on the funding support from the national government through annual budgetary allocations. And when we are faced with tough times like COVID-19 pandemic, we are hard hit with little or no funding at all. Hence our setback in effectively delivering on our mandate. Mr. Acting Speaker, going forward, I will be bringing major policy reforms and rebranding of my 3 agencies in Tourism Promotion Authority, National Cultural Commission, and National Museum Art Gallery to Cabinet and then to Parliament as our government's gift to the people of our country as we celebrate our 50th anniversaries. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Acting Speaker, in tourism, since I took office, Our vision and mission going forward as we strive to create in tourism, arts, and culture as pot of gold in our country is we indigenize our arts and culture, modernize our infrastructure, promote peace and unity in diversity. Mr. Acting Speaker, our culture must be authentic, our arts must be authentic, and not imported or faked. We must show our true color and our origins. With this, I can assure the Parliament, the people of our beautiful country, that the tourism, arts, and culture agencies will never be the same again. Mr. Acting Speaker, it is with great pleasure that I present the Tourism Promotion Authority's 2020 and 2021 annual report to Parliament. But in passing, Mr. Acting Speaker, I also want to thank the Japanese government and their people in giving a very special gift to our country in donating the modernized digitization equipment to our National Museum and Art Gallery. With this equipment, we will be able to protect and preserve our history and our heritage that are stored in our National Museum and Art Gallery. Mr. Acting Speaker, I also want to emphasize to Parliament and the people of our country the importance of tourism, arts, and culture. I want to urge the government that while we get our funding from the extractive industry, we must seriously reinvest those funds into sustainable and renewable industry, in agriculture, in fisheries, in agroforestry activities, and more importantly, in tourism. Tourism is about our origin, our identity. And if we talk about ourselves as Melanesians, we are the biggest Melanesian country in the world. And if we say we are Papua New Guinean, Papua New Guinean Yumia. But Mr. Speaker, let me inform this Parliament and our people that our origin and our identity and our heritage is fast eroding. And I fear it's dying that fast. Our culture, our language, and even our top pissing is changing so fast. For example, you see the kids today, instead of saying Mtasol, they are now saying Msol. Msol. And they are communicating new pidgin now. Maybe, Mr. Acting Speaker, it's time we think seriously about teaching talk pidgin from grade 1 to grade 10. To remind our kids what talk pidgin is. And same applies to talkless. Our kids now don't know their mother tongue, their language. They don't know how to even perform their cultures. Our culture is now being reinvented. We see brass bands painting ourselves with black paint or oil. That's not us. That's not Papua New Guinea. That's not Melanesia. Let's now rethink seriously about protecting and preserving our culture and our art in the country by promoting this in our villages, in our districts, in our province, and in our country. Mr. Acting Speaker, I must also inform Parliament that we are about to lose our national treasure in the National Museum and Art Gallery. For the last 14 months, there has been no air conditioning in the National Museum. Our reports, our arts are fast eroding, and they are being destroyed. Let's not pretend. Let's admit that there are some things that it's wrong and we must fix it. Mr. Acting Speaker, I want to make it important and a priority for our government to address this issue in the National Museum, or else we will lose our national treasure. Mr. Acting Speaker, I also want to bring this to Parliament, that even our hearts is being faked by our friends from other countries. The flag, the national flag, the provincial flags. We must now seriously look at bringing a legislation, or if there is in existence, what is the ICCC doing about it? The intellectual property rights. The Chinese are just producing flags everywhere. Maybe it's time we start to regulate and put tougher laws. Our heart, the Popondetta butterfly, the island's bilum, the market has been taken away from our mothers. Chinese are now producing bilums and have been sold. The Mary blouse has been sold. So these are some serious things that we need to do to help the tourism industry so we can get our people to be properly engaged. Mr. Acting Speaker, tourism is an inclusive business. You don't have to be educated to participate in tourism industry. And if properly funded, trust me you, Mr. Acting Speaker, it will assist a lot in reducing law and order situation in the country and create more employment for our people. Mr. Speaker, with this, I have the great pleasure to present the Tourism Promotion Authority 2020 and 2021 annual report to Parliament. Thank you.
Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of papers and debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Minister for Works.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to statute, I present the annual performance report relating to Connect PNC program and achievement update for the years 2023 and 2024.
Well, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to make a statement in connection with the report.
Is leave granted? Granted. Minister, make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to provide an update on the progress of the financing and implementation of the Connect PNC Economic Growth Infrastructure Development Program annual report for 2023-2024. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, for his unwavering support for my department and the Connect PNC program, financing and implementation of this important program. Mr. Speaker, let me also state up front that those of you who had road connections and accessibility to schools can count yourselves so privileged. If your village or LLG or district has a road connection, as I speak, you can also count yourself very fortunate and privileged. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it is not the same story for many of the unfortunate and almost forgotten communities that live in many isolated poverty corridors of our beautiful and abundantly blessed country. I am a living example of someone who either walked or flew as the only other option, but an expensive option, particularly coming from a poor district. Mr. Speaker, let this community still remain and regard themselves as proud Papua New Guineans, while persistently dreaming that one day a road will reach them and that they would have a chance to ride on a vehicle. This was a living dream for the border communities between Morobe and Gulf, which has passed on from generation to generation. Mr. Speaker, many of us, whilst enjoying better lives, are quick to pass judgment on the connectivity program that aims to connect these unfortunate and long-forgotten communities and given them at least an opportunity to see, experience, live beyond their own communities. Mr. Speaker, allow me to now proceed to my actual statement on financing and progress of the program up to end of 2024. As the Minister responsible for the development and sustainability of roads infrastructure, enabling me by the relevant legislations for the roads, I will continue to stress the important role roads play in development and progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, economists don't build roads, rather roads build economics. Building and having a robust and a sustainable road network is what significantly drives economic growth by facilitating trade, movement of goods and people, and access to new markets and new resources for development, essentially acting as catalyst for economic development. The roads we are building and maintaining facilitate and enable development in other sectors such as investment and progress in agriculture, forestry, hydrocarbons, minerals, tourism, and delivery of social services such as health and also education. Only then PNC can progress and develop into a well-connected, well-integrated, harmonious and happy country with a population that has higher living standards compared to the current development status mainly defined by the living conditions of our people. Mr. Acting Speaker, between 2020 and 2024, we have already procured projects worth over 6 billion. Just government of PNG or GoPNG funds alone. The funding from our donor partners and tax credit easily bring the total investment so far to almost 9.8 billion in the latest 5 years. We currently have 4.65 billion worth of ongoing contracts across the country, funded by 3 funding partners, GoPNG, donors, and the tax credit scheme programs, mainly Octady Mining Limited, ExxonMobil, Santos. Mr. Speaker, for this investment, we have improved more than 4,700 kilometers of the national highways out of 5,677 kilometers target for phase 1. We have also improved more than 6,600 kilometers of the 9,000 kilometers target for the provincial and district roads. Mr. Speaker, we have constructed more than 400 kilometers of missing link roads out of 633 kilometers target for phase 1. The main focus for us now is to complete the transnational highway, less than 20 kilometers remaining, and the central Milne Bay missing link sections of Magi Highway. On the bridges, we have delivered more than 300 meters of bridges on national highways, while others ongoing, including 71 bridges on the Highlands Highway. Mr. Speaker, we also delivered more than 1,500 meters of rural bridges and another 2,600 meters of bridges in the pipeline to be delivered. Mr. Speaker, the government's long-term and medium-term policy priorities must be progressively achieved collectively by investment in all sectors. Mr. Acting Speaker, the investment in the Connect PNC program certainly contributes its share in the efforts. Hence, we must invest big to achieve bigger development outcome. Mr. Speaker, roads affect the entire economy, as without roads, there is no development in every sense of word development. Hence, roads are an integral enabler to achieve the MTDP 4 economic development targets such as growing the economy to 200 billion GDP by 2030, grow 100,000 new SMEs by 2030, and create 1 million jobs by 2030. Mr. Speaker, it is not the economy that builds the road, but the reality is that roads enable and facilitate economic growth. Mr. Acting Speaker, therefore the government has an obligation to the people of PNG and must commit itself to ensuring that the Connect PNC program is funded according to the Connect PNC Funding and Implementation Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, I have set key targets to be achieved as part of our 50th Independent Jubilee celebrations. Mr. Acting Speaker, we want to ensure our people are adequately connected and safe while providing ample opportunities for them to be fully involved and fully participate in the socio-economic development and progress of our country as we embark into the next 50 years an independent nation. Mr. Acting Speaker, my department is tasked to ensure that at least 5 road corridors are fully operational and sustainably connect agricultural corridors, mining corridors, and other economically empowered places, as well as connecting ports to national highways. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are transnational highway, Momase Corridor, Highlands Corridor, Southern Corridor, and New Britain Corridor. Mr. Acting Speaker, I also want to ensure that all our 22 provinces are connected, adequately upgrading and maintaining all the main highways. Mr. Acting Speaker, it is important to note that all these priority national highways and priority missing link roads already have ongoing contracts. Mr. Acting Speaker, amongst the target is to ensure that all our 22 provinces are connected by ensuring that all the main highways are adequately upgraded and maintained. It is important to note that all these highways already have ongoing contracts. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Acting Speaker, we have achieved so much in terms of improving the previously deteriorated highways and now sustaining them under long-term maintenance contracts. Mr. Acting Speaker, this effort of restoring badly deteriorated highways will continue until all highways are fully restored and functional on a sustainable basis. Mr. Acting Speaker, the Missing Link Roads program is a combination of completing existing highways, such as the Magi Highway that has to be extended all the way to the Malin Bay border, all the way to East Cape. These are other missing link roads which are completely new roads, such as the transnational highway between Aseki, Ebo, and also the Tabubil, Telehomin, Oksapmin Road to Kopiako. Mr. Speaker, these are some genuine concerns raised by some of our political leaders about the disadvantage of opening up and connecting the mainland. The vision is to have an uninterrupted road network that commences at the PNC border post of Wutung and terminates at East Cape, the eastern end of the mainland. Mr. Acting Speaker, besides this network, there are many roads being developed, such as the New Britain Highway that connects the two provinces of East and West New Britain. Mr. Acting Speaker, notwithstanding these concerns, it is also important to understand and recognize that all development activities have opportunity costs. Mr. Acting Speaker, there are several opportunity costs in the decision to fund and implement the Connect PNC program. These opportunity costs include, number one, the financial resources dedicated to funding the program at the expense of other investment projects in other sectors. Two, the social problems such as drug abuse creeping into the communities as a direct result of road connectivity and accessibility. Three, law and order problems affecting the now connected and access communities. Four, transfer of problems from one province to another by way of perpetrators moving from one location to another location more cheaply and conveniently, unlike in the past. Mr. Acting Speaker, however, it is equally important to recognize that the opportunity cost of any development intervention such as the Connect PNC program are inevitable. These are manageable opportunities cost. As a responsible government, we are doing everything to manage any and all negative implications of the program. For example, the government's efforts in revitalizing the police force, both in terms of manpower and logistics capacity, is commendable. Mr. Acting Speaker, with this improved capacity, our police personnel will be able to swiftly respond to any situation, even in the remotest parts, such as Tapini or Koitidanga, now that there is a road connection and accessibility. Mr. Acting Speaker, besides the national development targets set in the MTDP4, such as growing and achieving 200 billion GDP by 2027, the same policy also sets targets for provinces and districts. Mr. Acting Speaker, it is a collective effort to ensure that the necessary investments are taking place at all levels to achieve the micro-level development targets. Mr. Acting Speaker, all these developments are already seeing impacts in jobs being created, schools and health facilities being either reopened or established, opening up opportunities to the affected rural communities, reductions of traveling time, savings in vehicle operating costs, and providing genuine opportunity to our communities in the rural areas. Mr. Acting Speaker, the benefits of increased and improved road connectivity and accessibility simply outweigh the negatives. Mr. Acting Speaker, the government's decision for the Connect PNC program with a total cost estimate of 20 billion over 20 years is certain to bring about some challenges in short to medium term, but the long-term positive development implications are huge. Mr. Acting Speaker, in closing, let me challenge my colleagues on this honorable floor on both sides. We are the generation of leaders to create that long-lasting legacy for all generations after us to enjoy. Let us work together to build and connect our country by a well-integrated and safe road network in Papua New Guinea in our lifetime. Happy 50th independence, God and Jubilee celebrations, Papua New Guinea. God bless. Mr. Speaker, Acting Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the paper and debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for a subsequent sitting.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. Ayes have it. The Honourable Minister for Treasury.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to statute, I present the final budget outcome 2024. Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to make a statement in connection with this report.
Is leave granted? Minister, make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, as promised, I am once again humbled to present an economic update to this Parliament. And I am pleased to also witness the enthusiasm demonstrated by my over-busy shadow with the excitement he showed this morning. In addition to some good news for our struggling families, I will present key messages from the 2024 Final Budget Outcome Report, also known as FBO, and also touch on the 2025 budget implementation as promised. Cost of living pressures. Mr. Speaker, regarding our papers over the last few days, I have been filled with joy. As most of you know, feeling joy is not our usual experience with newspaper stories. Monday's the national headline, and I quote, "Prices slashed, relief for consumers on 13 essential items," unquote. The front page goes on, and I quote again, "The prices of 13 essential household items have been slashed by 10%. In Tuesday's Post Courier, and again in today's, we see the cost of these goods in Port Moresby have dropped from 99 kina to 77 kina, a saving of 22 kina in a family shopping basket. In Ley, the price drop was 11 kina, still substantial. The response from readers also brought joy to most of us in this House, I'm sure. And I quote, "The tax relief is great. It will help the people save some of their money," said one. "I'm happy with the 10% GST cuts because now I can be able to buy basic goods at a much convenient price," said another. Following through on our promises of the 2025 budget of no more GST, unfortunately, the GST cuts were not immediately passed on in Mount Hagen, Kokopo, Gorobuka, but we will be reasonable with businesses as they adjust to these new realities. But let me be clear. We will use the resources of the IRC and ICCC to ensure that all of the GST cuts are passed on throughout all of our country. The Marape Rosso government is a caring government. PNG's economic recovery is continuing. Mr. Speaker, 2024 was pretty tough. Opening with the 10 January riots, global uncertainty with wars in Europe and the Middle East, violence here at home at unacceptable levels, and the most disruptive, unproductive, and costly votes of no confidence in PNG's history. Yet underlying domestic growth remains strong, with forecasts continuing to suggest historically high improvements, averaging over 4.5% real growth in our non-resource economy from 2021 to 2025. Yesterday, I was pleased to see an article in Business Advantage asking the question, is Papua New Guinea's forex crisis finally drawing to an end? While I will want to double-check the accuracy of all data, reports from ANZ and Westpac are that sometimes foreign exchange orders are being filled the same day, and for the Bank of South Pacific, generally within a week. As most of us know, foreign exchange shortages have been identified as the greatest barrier to growth in our country for 8 of the last 10 years. A home goal created by poor decisions back in 2014. The Marape Rosso government, our government, tackled this problem with historic Central Banking Act reforms, a new team at BPNG, and IMF support. Finally, there may be a light at the end of this tunnel with all the improvements this could bring to growth and investments. Ongoing budget repair, the 2024 FBO. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to table the 2024 final budget outcome today as promised. There are several key messages from this year's FBO. First, as we all know, 2024 was a tough year for the budget. This is most clearly set out in the table on page B in the forward of the document. If I could ask members to try and find that. That's about 6 pages in. Starting from the second row in the forward page, we had a shortfall in tax revenue of 248 million kina and an even larger shortfall in non-tax revenues of 1,295 million kina. Overall, our government's revenues down by 1,543 million kina. In addition, we had major wage overruns in the costs of teachers and health workers' salaries, totaling 737 million kina. But of course, the good news is we've been able to engage more teachers and more health workers. Combined, we need to find 2,280 million kina in cuts or deferrals in other areas of the budget to stay within our budget repair strategy of reducing the 2024 budget deficit to under 3,984 million kina. Through some or much hard work and tough judgment calls, these cuts and deferrals had to be made. Most of these cuts and deferrals, some 1,225 million kina, were in the operational budget. Cuts and deferrals were also required in our public investment program of 893 million kina, as well as the drawdown of concessional loans. The second message is that the Marape Rosso government kept to its 13-year budget repair plan. The 2024 budget deficit outcome of 3,931 million kina is 53 million kina lower than the 2024 budget estimate. That's good news. This represents a reduction in our budget deficit from 8.9% of GDP during the global COVID-19 crisis back in 2020, down to an outcome of 3.2% for 2024 last year. Very strong fiscal discipline demonstrated by our government over the last 5 years. one of the benefits of remaining on budget ratio continues to fall from 52.6% back in 2021 and now down to 49.5% in 2024. The third key message is that despite the revenue shortfalls and the continuation of our budget repair strategy, together we delivered 94.2% of the GOPNG budget. I have already talked about the major increases in funding for teachers and health workers. Our Government of Papua New Guinea capital budget is still over 3 times higher than 2018 levels, to put into context our performance today. The fourth key message, and this is more technical but important, is looking at Table 17 on page 20. If I could ask our members to move to that part of the report. Table 17 on page 20, is that we had a net domestic financing shortfall of nearly 2 billion kina. This is the gap between the 2,320 million budget estimate and the 231 million outcome. The tightening of monetary policy by the central bank, increasing interest rates, in the second half of 2024 had very major impacts on our domestic banks. I am pleased that they have been unwinding some of these pressures in last night's monetary policy statement. In response to this impending shortfall of 2 billion kina, which would have been devastating for our budget, we worked closely with our friends in Australia to replace 3/4 of this domestic financing with additional international financing of over 1.4 billion kina. And we thank Australia for this continued support, noting they are effectively allowing us to piggyback off their AAA credit rating at little cost to the Australian budget itself. The fifth key message is that this financing shortfall has led to a significant carryover of 2024 expenditures into 2025. This has required us to use some of our 2025 cash to finance reported 2024 expenditures as part of PNG's budget system. As of last week, there remained 300 million kina in 2024 checks still to be paid, and 252 million kina in 2024 provincial functional grants still to be paid. The final key message is that the FBO contains a lot of detailed information. In Parliament last week, I undertook to provide details on 2024 expenditures. So part 3 of the FBO, starting on page 56, provides 35 pages of detailed information on the 2024 budget. Surprising for some, as we look at the very top line of this table on page 56, we see that provinces overall spent 105.4% of their revised budget. Indeed, if we compare the 2024 budget outcome of provincial expenditure at 6.3 billion kina, we see that there is some 900 million kina higher than the original budget of 5.4 billion kina. So even allowing for the 252 million kina in 2024 functional grants yet to be paid. Provinces overall spent well above their actual budget appropriations. And we are sure these provincial funds were well spent by our good governors and all of our good members of Parliament, weren't they? Overall, 2024 was a tough budget year, but not as tough for some as others, and this should be remembered in our parliamentary debates. 2025 budget implementation update. Mr. Speaker, I also undertook to provide more details on 2025 budget implementation. Attached to this statement, hopefully now in front of you, I've included 3 key tables. Appendix 1 deals with the operational budget, and Appendix 2 with the capital budget. These tables set out details on budget implementation. So as of 30th of May, we see total 2025 expenditures of 4,001 million kina in the operating budget and 816 million in the capital budget, where we need to work a lot harder. We then need to add 1,021 million in interest costs and 476 million in GST and bookmakers transfers to the province. So the total, as I had tabled in last Wednesday's explanation, is 6,314 million in expenditures this year. In addition, we have paid 2,606 million kina in outstanding 2024 expenditures. So after a slow start, cash is flowing. And as I mentioned last Wednesday, since the 1st of January this year, we've pumped 8,920 million kina cash into the PNG economy. But there remain revenue challenges for this year's, my colleagues, mainly from an unexpected drop in PNG LNG taxes of some 2 billion kina. And so we await MAIFO to see if we may need a 2025 supplementary budget. Until then, given the revenue news, some warrants will need to be held back. Appendix 3 sets out balances in provincial and district bank accounts. These are split into various types of accounts to help provide clarity on cash flexibility at the subnational levels. There is significant balances of cash, of funds of over 3.1 billion kina held in our provinces and districts. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there is some good economic news this week. The costs of 13 essential household items have gone down, reflecting the Marape-Rosso government's understanding of the cost of living pressures facing our families. There are signs of hope that foreign exchange availability is significantly improving, and we are possibly one step closer to kina convertibility. Despite a tough year in 2024 for revenues and financing, the 2024 FBO demonstrates 94% of the national government budget was delivered. Papua New Guinea remains on track with our budget repair plan. And finally, after a slow start, 2025 budget implementation is well underway. The Marape-Rosso government, year after year, being responsive, being responsible, being reliable. I commend the 2024 FBO to the House.
The Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I want to I seek leave that I take note of this statement, brother, and I move that I make a statement in support. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Mithok, thank you, Lord Treasurer. Long he come give him this final budget outcome 2024. This document, Treasurer, I want to commend you. It's a very transparent document. I've been in this House since 2007. I have not, maybe my memory is failing me, but usually when it comes to final budget outcome, there is sometimes not full transparency in what is reported. I want to encourage all members of Parliament and all stakeholders in our economy. This is a good read. The Treasury is being transparent. We are reporting to the country our delivery of 2024 budget. Treasurer did indicate this in this FBO that we delivered at 94% in terms of the budget delivery of last year. What this means is 6% target was not met on the average. So at the revenue threshold or even at the expenditure threshold, in summary, some of you will experience 6% underfunded or under-assisted, or in some areas, some may have missed. As you go through this final budget outcome document, I want to put some pointers before I leave Parliament to attend to important signing in the State House or Government House in the full transfer the Bougainville share to the Bougainville government. I want to indicate, as you go through this, some departments may have missed, some provinces may have missed some, or some districts may have missed some. We've made it our business, and our central government has a policy now that we're looking at the expenditure in a series of budget. 24 spending and 25 spending and 26 spending in the context of medium-term development plan all will be looked in totality. And I want to commend the Treasurer. If some have missed out this year, we also, or last year, in as far as expenditure is concerned, we will try to catch up this year, or we will also address them in next year's spending going forward in the context of the medium-term development plan 4 that we are currently running. So at 94% and a full transparency on the final budget outcome, I invite every one of you. I can talk, but look into the outcome that the Treasurer is putting inside. One macroeconomic indicator, despite tough times, we're maintaining our fiscal consolidation path. Hopefully in this path we'll see us for the first time in over 15 years, we're coming back to a balanced budget by 2027. But having spoken this, I've also indicated to Treasurer, if there's a need to push back because of the effect of underperformance of our revenue last year and possible impact also this year, I've also asked the Treasurer to relook at the scope of the fiscal consolidation. Instead of being aggressive, why don't we also push back 1 more year or 2 more years? So those considerations are being made so that we don't suffocate. We don't suffocate key development focuses that we are running in our endeavor to leave no place behind, leave no person behind, bringing everyone along. The cost, for instance, of removing GST from 13 essential household items has a direct cost on our budget. We're not collecting 800 million kina from our people. That 800 million kina is retained in the pockets of our people as they save from what could have been GST on rice, tin fish, soap, noodles, cooking oil, etc., etc. And so tough years, but we're trying our absolute best to manage. Commendations to the Treasury team and the finance team and the planning team. You all come under a lot of scrutiny, criticism, debate, but that is part of the job. I want to give full assurance to everyone as you look through this one. By the time we go out to 2027, we don't want one district to be starved, including our districts at the opposite side. Politics is part of the game. We all play our politics. But all districts and provinces, to the best ability, we are carrying everyone with us. And it's not as if someone's been given preferential support and someone's being starved. We try our very best to be fair on everyone. And this is the modus operandi we will run to complete 2025, to run 2026 as we all face 2027 and beyond together. So I encourage every one of you, be objective. Excuse me, be objective, read through this final budget outcome. This level of transparency has never been made in many, many past budgets. Once a document is handed down on the floor of Parliament, it is recorded, it is public document. But because we have nothing to hide, we put out what we've spent last year, what we've earned last year. The onus now is really on those of us who have received funds. Even if the full money has not come, use whatever you've received to the maximum. I said the other night and read through the total quantum of PIP transfers and support under my administration since 2019. The total volume of transfer of funds from Treasury and Finance to departments, to provinces, and to districts stands at 28 billion kina. The question I ask as Prime Minister is there matching 28 billion kina worth of development on the ground? This is a honest question we all are asking, I'm being transparent. And this government has now set up a National Monitoring Authority, away from planning. Planning has reduced themselves into also a paying master up there in planning, so we're looking at restructuring. We set up a National Monitoring Authority. That authority will not be run purely by Chief Secretary. We will make sure we engage private auditors, private accountants, private engineering firm. Kissing money and 1 plus something, but making work and big plus something. To the value of kissing money, work must get up. And so I just want to impress on all of us that in tough times, we're trying our best through concessional deficit arrangements, through sovereign soft lending and funding arrangements, shifting away from just receiving aid and grant, and through our own domestic revenue. Our domestic revenue has risen close to, in fact, over 50%. The IRC before 2019 was returning to us under 8 billion kina. The IRC in 2024 is returning over 18 billion kina. I beg your pardon, 16 billion kina in 2024. And so, the tough times, we're trying our best to raise revenue, give help to our people, assist districts, provinces, and departments. Don't complain as if you have received zero. If you have received some money, put to good use that fund you have received, and together we all can move our country. Read through this. I look forward to constructive alternates to support us, and we all work together to create efficient system of moving our country forward. Thank you too much, Mr. Assistant Speaker. I ask the rest of you to keep on debating. Only myself have to go to Government House, so Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will seek leave. But thank you too much, Treasurer. Keep up a good job.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Honourable Member for above.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. For such an important document that has been delivered by our good Treasurer, and for us to knowledgeably debate right now, I think is not fair at all. And so I would recommend, if the House can accept, that we come back tomorrow and debate this, rather than adjourn today as we are hearing. Thank you very much.
It's a good intervention.
Honorable members, you can have a debate. Opposition leader, what is your point of order?
Thank you. I think the intervention by the Honorable Sir Pukatemu is very reasonable. This document is a very important document for the nation. The people of Papua New Guinea want to hear from their representatives. It would be only proper that we resume debate tomorrow when we come in. And if the Prime Minister has got some important things to do, and the leader of government business, I hear, traveling to New Zealand or something, then we still have the Deputy Prime Minister who can be acting Prime Minister. It's not like it's a budget and we're trying to debate on the budget and change figures or whatsoever. But it's about the final budget outcome of the previous. And so it is important, Mr. Assistant Speaker, that we allow proper debate so that the public knows that we are taking carriage of their money plans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Opposition Leader. Thank you, Opposition Leader. Let me seek the request from the clerk, and I can make a ruling of that.
One year to debate, so give us one day, just 1 day, and then we respond. We're not going to respond, you don't know. We'll just
Honorable members, I think you can. I can allow you debate.
tomorrow.
Now. Yeah. For ACP.
Mr. Acting Speaker, while you can debate and Tapna, just look him speech blow. Treasurer na you can bear him debate. Law sample all talk and put him. I think in fairness to our people, I'm a leader here, sit down here. I know me blood solo line law government too all need law. Understand him. This la problem affect him. You me all get. So like for example, and this problem it started in 2023 or maybe even further back in 2022. In 2023, most provinces and agencies were not paid what was budgeted in the 2023 budget. And for most of the provinces, we received the monies for 2023, the balance of the payments, in January 2024. So the monies that we received in January of last year were in fact funding for the previous year. Okay, for this year, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, for this year, in the case of ECP and many provinces, the last time we received any of the budgeted funds was in May last year. And Treasury is aware, and the Finance Minister is aware, not just my province, but many other provinces. We are still waiting for the funds, and this is the issue I have. When the government comes up with a poor money plan, and then they publish budgets. For example, in this year's budget, and the supporters of the government roundly criticized myself and the ECP province saying, the national government is giving you an extra 60 million this year, supporters of the government. Well, I'm here to tell you that we have not received that extra 60 million, or in fact, the 34 million owed to us up until the end of last year and the additional 20 million properly budgeted for the first how many months he come now, yeah, he no come up yet. So if that's the case for ECPIC, and I know all the governors are complaining on governors' WhatsApp about the fact that they haven't received their funds, and as the Prime Minister rightly put it, Samplaol province is got internal revenue. In the case of ECPIC, we are operating only on internal revenue. And it's also misleading, Mr. Acting Speaker, when the government says, plenty money mipla giving me ground lo yupla. For example, in the case of ECPIC budget, 120 million and payable teacher. The money never actually gets to us. It's paid here. And that's the same for all the provinces. The largest chunk of our budget is payroll. You know, actual cash also transfer in Kamlo province. The actual cash that's transferred to provinces is really, you count DSIP, PSIP is probably about 70 million in the case of ECPIC. If you count what we call functional grants and minimum priority grants, the same grants that the good minister for provincial and local level government was talking about in his report last week, this little grants, they amount to about 60 or 70 million. So the actual cash transfer go along a big province like mine from the national government is really around 130 million. All get a number, you may look in the budget book here, number nothing. Money true no sago. And that's the same for everybody here. All the leaders sitting in this house. So it is misleading. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer is misleading the country when they say, Mipla salim trabla money go down, now you'll making one longem. The actual cash component that comes in the case of ECP, me count him all district blomi, 6 all district all MPC staff, me count him PSIP, now me count him actual cash component, the functional grant, the minimum priority grants is around 130 million. Now there's a lot of money here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Time you like salim the public 70 go walking walk. I need to put in fuel lo car. Mi plus I use all minimum priority grants, na mi plus I use all functional grants. Lo buy him fuel, or lo fix him car, or lo pay him allowance, lo work man, or lo fix him all house, lo district. You know, the DSIP only builds new projects. There are very rare occasions when they go and maintain existing infrastructure. Na plan di all open members sinar lo here, boli clear lo desla. So plan di heavy lo maintaining all infrastructure, all plan infrastructure lo district. Emsa puna ni kambek lo province. Now, when you don't transfer those funds, then we have a problem. The same goes for the PHS. Mr. Deputy Speaker, plenty of lausik will run out of medicine. Now, in the case of ECPIC, myself and my 6 open members, we had a meeting in November last year. Namipla allocating 3 million kina out of the PSIP to buy medicine for the ECPIC Provincial Health Authority. Nami sawe was employed provincially working one kind. So I have an issue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when, you know, with respect to the Treasurer and the Prime Minister, when you bring a...
Governor, sorry for interrupting you. Just address the chair as Assistant Speaker.
Oh, Assistant Speaker. Sorry, you plus any me too, me confused. Assistant Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for the correction. So when they say to the people of Papua New Guinea in this honorable house, that Mipla walk lo give him money, or Mipla brook him budget, na Mipla talk budget, Mipla brook him olsem. Na behind, lo kam lo time lo budget session ya, you plan need him, Mipla all get a lo kam na pass him budget. And I think everybody does so dutifully. But then, actual work mark lo behind him want him something where this la house and me pass him, he no come up. So what are we to do about that, Assistant Speaker? And then, not only that, with great respect to my good friend and the Treasurer, by law, under the Public Finance Management Act, this document is supposed to be presented to the leaders in this House and the people of Papua New Guinea in March.
My goodness.
By law. There's another document that's going to come out. It's called the MAIFO, which is the Media Economic Fiscal Outcome. Now that is due in July, which is the next sitting. So there's a reason why the law was designed in such a way that this report comes out in March, because it talks about the spending the previous year. It's supposed to inform our good leaders in this House and the public about the expenditure of the government. Now, because me are some sample senior leaders belong, you mean lo country, only got agent need lo kalab lo balus nego lo New Zealand tomorrow. Only like adjourn in Parliament tete. Because this la trip go to New Zealand, I mean important more law. Struggle blow people blow Papua New Guinea, now this la final budget outcome. I don't understand that. Parliament was suspended last week as well and adjourned. We're skipping Friday. Friday is MD blow member.
Grievance debate.
Grievance debate. So something new, there's a new fashion being developed by this government, which is frightening, and I think we should be worried about it. And as was so rightly suggested, why can't the Deputy Prime Minister take control of the House on the government side so we can continue? Prime Minister, I mean, important lo round, I can run.
Governor, you have a point of order.
Thank you, Mr.
Prime
Assistant
Minister,
Speaker.
what is your point of
The
order?
Prime Minister is away on official duties on a critical matter, and yes, you are right, we can continue, but that is a prerogative of government, and wherever we decide to adjourn and government business, we'll be able to do so and we'll allow it. We are now, Mr. Assistant Speaker, allowing debate to be happen, and we are listening to the debate, so the debate can continue. No one's stopping debate. Thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker.
Prime Minister, it's a very nice deflection protecting your Prime Minister. We understand and appreciate that. Commendable action there. I applaud you. Okay, let's get back to this. Now, the Treasurer reports that there was a 630 million decline in GST. This is important. In the same report where our Treasurer says that there's been economic growth, there is a significant decline in GST collections. Now, the Treasurer knows very well that part of your GDP measure is in public consumption, and public consumption is one of the 4 things that go into your GDP measure. The best measure of your consumption of goods and services is GST. Now, if we've had a 20% decline, according to your report, Mr. Treasurer, Acting Speaker, Treasurer says here that there's a 20% decline in consumption. That tells me that there is a slowdown in the economy. In any other country on this planet, when there is a decline in consumption, it points to a slowdown, and in some cases, in fact, a stagnation of the economy. It is measured by your GST. And the Treasurer says here, it's declined by over 600 million last year. And then he goes on to give a whole range of excuses like lack of collections. I know that IRC has been doing a brilliant job. He also tries to blame it on the Black Wednesday issue, and I think that's a little bit cheap to go that low to blame a decline in the economy in an event that occurred in one part of the country, whilst acknowledging that the NCD may be a significant part of the economy. This GST collection is not just for NCD, it's countrywide. So I would respectfully ask the government, and whilst I acknowledge that the Treasurer is a very hard-working man,
very hard-working.
When you are balancing figures and trying to manufacture a good response to the people of Papua New Guinea, that can be quite difficult. So, and hence it's taken him 3 months longer to produce this report, because they had to try to find excuses to justify why the outcome on the budget is so terrible. And here's the thing. I want to say to the government, if you are going to, as you work on the next budget, can you be honest in the next budget? No can you go na gaman puti mo number na sabotas blibla by kirat paitian na oga Papua New Guinea foul is tap na. True outcome lo budget ya mi negative can, because if I look at your analysis of the last 3 budget outcomes, there are issues there, Mr. Treasurer, based on your own numbers. So there is a decline in what you've been predicting for the past 3 years, consistently. So this area where we find ourselves in today is not an accident. we've been arriving. All of the actions that have been going on in government over the past 6 years has now beat us in the proverbials. And Mr. Mr. Acting Speaker, also now like hurry up now. All you know like more leaders from Papua New Guinea by reading good this report, now you miss up na debate good. Because they don't want the leaders to take a look at this document. They don't want the public to have it debated in this house. So reasonably, Mr. Acting Speaker, I'm now missing up na toto kaya plenty of leader blumipla. They can't process this document as fast and to be reasonable. This la debate ya you need lo differ mo lo nar lo time lo give him chance lo leader lo Papua New Guinea lo talk, Mr. Acting Speaker. It is unfair to expect our leaders to process this 86-page document that's full of numbers, because for the last how many years, mipla lo harim talk lo Prime Minister na harim talk lo Treasurer. Mipla harim talk na now bagrabem come up. So it's time for the leaders, yubla lo government too, you need to take, within government, you need to take the government to task. You need to ask the hard questions. No can larim na mipla opposition yet bakam na walk. You know, country blow mipla taso. Country blow mipla too. Time only cutting budget na mipla pilim pen lo sipik. Or not la province too pilim. When there is a problem in the country, it affects everyone. Not just ISIPIC. So by rights, the government, the executive government, should allow its own backbenchers the opportunity to digest the material, first of all, and then to come back and perhaps even go and seek, advice from experts who can then give them right papers for them. All yet can come na talk here. For their own people and for their own districts and provinces. So that is my appeal in this debate to you, Acting Speaker, that if no one else can debate this, because it is a difficult piece of presentation, and I understand that, then I request humbly that you defer the debate to a subsequent sitting. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
The Honorable Governor for NCD.
Give me a chance to contribute to this very important debate. First and foremost, I want to thank the Treasurer for presenting to us this report. Treasurer on record has done very well managing the economy, managing the budget since 2019. Not been easy for him. Vote of no confidence is going to come since 2020, and then COVID-19 come up, He has done exceptionally well, so we must give him commendation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, members of Parliament, sometimes was something go wrong or go right, you must admit him too. Because sometimes not everything that we say will happen by happen. And it's important that we take stock and then we can come up with corrective measures. So maybe this time is one such time where you must think good now, you must scale him, where did we go wrong? So, people, governors, Deputy Speaker, people is raising concern, especially this year, about the budget last year. Now we have an opportunity to really have a constructive debate so that we can help the Treasurer find solution. We can shoot him talk long him. But if he doesn't come up with solution, we all suffer. So this is why I think, this idea of deferring the budget is a debate on this final budget outcome is important. But suppose you like debate now, you can throw me talk go come now, you must scale it. But I bet that we won't be well informed. We want a well-informed debate. Because now that's only mixing something here. There's figures everywhere. So we might make assumptions, that's all. Huh? So one assumption we might make, and I think Governor Isipik is making, is that maybe we over-project revenue and our budget estimate last year. So you may not reach him that's the outcome that, we overestimate or overproject. Maybe it's true that the revenue collection was not done properly on time, or 10th of January, Black Wednesday, Bagarabi Mimio. How are we going to know for sure what is real and what is not real, so that we are going to help the treasurer or we are going to help the government? Now, you need to look government. I think this comment by Governor Bloisipik is a good comment. You must take it objectively, have a constructive debate. You know, belong passing blame me going come. But we have a constructive debate so that we, if it's the fault is in revenue projection, Mr. Deputy Speaker, then you may correct him. Because sometimes me too, Mr. thinking of him, you must passing budget nothing. You may put him number equal up, so we feel good, government feel good, you may up him name, you may. But time you may gonna wait him money come, you may wait, he gonna, money no come. So sometimes me at Mr. Thing of him, him want like German something. Any treasurer or anybody can come and put the figure nothing. Is it for real, or is it based on real projection, or you may just, up him name nothing? Sometimes Mr. Thinking of him, especially for last year. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of the House, or people who you may are into, in the city, you we get direct our support coming from GST, directly from IRC. So, we plan to got this kind of heavy to mass of the other provinces face. But all the other governors, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since last year, only will complain here. Why all complain? Because they rely on the functional grant. People of province, or all the provinces are not doing massive revenue generation longer. It's not that they can't do it, but because there's a penalty law that was passed when my brother here came here from member for Kandep was the treasurer, that if we start generating revenue of our own, we will have a penalty clause, GST by cut. So we are paralyzed. So that's why we depend on the national budget. And in fact, the national budget fixed already 90% of the provincial budget. Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of the House, you must think seriously, Lodista. Because when you think about it, what is the use of the Provincial Assembly? You got use or not? And the provincial government too. Because Provincial Assembly, is to debate, among other things, laws in the budget of the province. But the budget of the province is already determined 90% by the national budget. So what's the use of having Provincial Assembly meeting? People in CDC, we can have a meeting because our revenue comes from IRC, and because of the big economy here, revenue will go high. So we can have a debate how we apportion the revenue, but in the provinces they can't. All 10 up now, what are they going to talk about? The budget is already fixed, for education fixed, for health fixed, for infrastructure fixed, law and order fixed by the national budget. And when that money don't come, then province will see maybe. So in the absence of time by debate, I can just go by what is in the paper here to look at whether it's right or wrong. So like me look at page 57, law NCDC, National Capital District, operational original budget 7.1, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and then it was revised to 22.1, and here it says we received 22.1 million. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, me follow this league. I don't understand. Me plus accept this operational budget, or maybe it's true. I haven't seen it in our own budget. Personal emoluments, we don't get it. So, goods and services, 7.1 million. Then we it was revised to 22 million. So it says we received 22.1 million. So this let me not understand him too. Provincial functional grant, me plus zero. All provincial support grant. And you must debate too now. You plus me NCDC law, GST. But the government and the budget balance it out for everyone. People along capital city does not see any functional grant. Zero. For health, for education, or zero. People all province exim. So there is a equilibrium taking place, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Me plus exim, big plus GST, but that is not to the detriment of the provinces. You get functional grant, me plus exim. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if they don't get the functional grant, embarrass on them. All makes him every year. In this document too, if I continue to just illustrate, I think there's one line that said Urban Youth Employment Program. So it's got 8 million in the original and then 8 million revised, and it is said that we receive 8 million. So me no clear these are two, because if you go further line, the last line, there is also an Urban Youth Employment Project, 2 million, 2 million, 2 million. So and double figure, me no clear, but what my understanding. So we need time to look here. Treasurer, Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My understanding is that Urban Youth, we're supposed to get about, I think, 80 million in last year's budget. Now, me don't think me blocks him. I've been asking our management, have we got the money? Me not think me blocks him, but here it says me blocks 100% here. So me foully. We have the allocation to last year of about 10 million to go to Wamla Road, Blomiplalo, Nikabata Street, to extend it around Wanamia, Garo Stage 6 and 7. People are not sending some money, but it doesn't show here. We were allocated to last year 10 million for infrastructure grant going to Motukweta villages. We never got that money, but it doesn't show here. It says that, Treasurer, with due respect, 90%, 100%, 80%, 88.1%, 66%, that's NCD infrastructure counterpart funding. So this is why we need to go and study this document so we can come and have a constructive debate. He no down in Treasurer. Him helping Treasurer. Me like you me helping Treasurer. Is done, wonderful work in hard time. This is one time where he go down league. I'm not here to down him memo, bagrap him memo. He needs our support. And then, so that when we fix this thing, we identify where the problem is. Maybe it's revenue collection. Is it true, revenue collection? Okay, we can go and sort it out. Or maybe it's in the budget projection. You may overestimate that. We have to show that the economy is growing. We are showing that the economy has grown by this 100 or 200%. So we project the, budget you go on tableau, 20 or 30 billion. Maybe that's the problem. It's not correspond to the actual, revenue estimate. We overestimate. We didn't take into account seriously last year. Maybe you may blame him January 10th. Okay, then we should have factored that. So you may reduce him estimation legally. So we don't have this problem of having this shortfall of how many million? 2.2880 million combined. Wage overrun, online health, overall revenue, collection go down by 1.2 billion. How are we going to sort this problem if we don't really know? Treasurer should tell us, okay, maybe I overestimate, or maybe Treasurer is pointing out that revenue collection is a problem, so then we must talk about solution. Loyalo City, Mr. Deputy Speaker, members of Parliament, we invite him IRC come to City Hall, so that, and we capacitate IRC, because I have no choice. I cannot do, we cannot raise revenue ourselves in the city. Maybe we can do some business. We are seriously thinking of business now. We have passed a resolution at our board that we are going to set up a business arm, and we are going to start investing. All the governors now, I am going to put together a proposal. Me by come lo you plus, so we will start business. You may wait for national government here, you may wait forever here. We go into business big time. We build our own capacity now. At least in some way you may can get money coming into the provinces. Maybe it is a projection that looks good too. On the paper too, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and maybe you will open members in full DSIP blue player. You block sim 100% DSIP na. We block governor in oxim functional grant na. We block oxim PSIP good so. And we go unbalancedly. It might show that way. But how are we going to, just on the face of it, work it out that, what is the true problem or cause this, shortfall in revenue generation, so that the treasurer, we can help the treasurer to correct it, and also we can go back to the provinces and adjust our plans. Mipla lo city mipla lo adjusting plan lo mipla. Adjusting our work plan for this year. We are trying to find other revenue source. People like beg to go and beg here and then try to borrow with no interest rate or something else. We are trying to do that too. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are here to help the treasurer. Treasurer, this is one bill you have managed the country through tough times. Some of the toughest times that we have seen in our country since independence. It's under your watch, and you prevail. You come up with magic. Now, one of my advice that me give you is that if you have to borrow, you borrow. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, me like total lo desa too before me sit down. Lo borrowing here, you mean you can forget lo borrow. You mean stop forget too much lo borrowing. Everybody lives in debt. Even me too, I live in debt. Me sir paying BSP all the time. But it's how we manage the debt. And PNG, past government and this government, we should be proud that we have never got into debt default. That's something that we must be proud of. And therefore, if there is a revenue shortfall, me yet inside government caucus, line the government, my position, our party's position is that we should not have a supplementary budget. We should find the money. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we should find the money, and I believe we can find the money if it comes to the crunch. Either government go borrow and we manage it, or me talk finish the government caucus here, me like talk again. We've got money in Kumul Petroleum Holdings Limited. There's the money here, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's supposed to go to the Sovereign Wealth Fund. We created, this parliament passed the Sovereign Wealth Fund maybe how many years ago? 5 years ago or 6 years ago, under Peter O'Neill yet. And the decision of the parliament is that all the revenue, you may come oil, whatever, mining, gas, DY, fishing, the revenue they come. We park it in Sovereign Wealth Fund. Half of it is for future generation because we might be responsible and not manage the resources well, spending money, nothing. So we make sure that the next generation, time oil is dry up, gas is dry up, gold is dry up, they still have revenue to look after them in the future. And the other equation is that half of that money is supposed to be available to support the budget. And this is a time where that money should be available to support the budget. Why by you gonna? You may come now, work in supplementary budget to change it now, reduce him this law, cut him this law, and by you may fight here. And by you may fight. Everybody are entitled to the, appropriation for their provinces and districts. And in, when we have PIP2, only got plain pennies. So you may come find money now. We talking money is stuff here. There's about $10 billion, dollars parked in Singapore. What is it doing there? What is it doing there? Bring income. The treasurer only needs about 2 billion or 3 billion. That's all. We can see this year through. All the provinces like some money. They will deliver their program. Only can come here and put them heavy long treasurer. Let's talk about solution. And that's one solution. He got another solution too. You can get it stuff. Treasurer me, I must do you engage one time IMF, but Me, like also Mr. Deputy Speaker, IMF only gives advice. All supposed to give him advice, that's all. Only no God Papa na by only talk na yumi baharim na behind him to the letter. Some advice normally is not right. Allowing the kina to fall, that's really contradict to the economy. Not allowing us to do this, get out of the US dollar, you know, you may trade with China directly, currency exchange between Kina and RMB. What's going on? What is the delay? China is a big trading partner of PNG. And we have to go and change Kina into US dollar and then into RMB, and then we lose. If we directly change, that's all. There is an exchange rate here, legally, that's all now. We save money. And talk, whose advisor you mean, Wokloharim? Treasurer. They are supposed to just give advice. If we look at the record of the world, which economy in the world, IMF, let me give him advice, they've come out successfully and seen growth and consistent growth. And can anybody show me an economy in the world that has, shown great success and progress, and the economy is forever, growing and growing under the tutelage of IMF? You look into all this Asian economy that are growing now, they dare to come out of the IMF control. China, Thailand, Singapore, Korea, they borrow big money, but after that they build and then they repay and then they got out of this equation. They build their own economy. So you must be careful sometimes. Me looking you Harim Toklo, Treasurer, you Harim Toklo. They are only advisors. If you know what consultant or online, find some economists in the world. They can come and give you some sound economic advice, especially all this monetary policy, fiscal policy. Fiscal policy and monetary policy, it's here and there. Bank, central bank. Treasury is going another way. IRC is going another way. There is no alignment. That's a problem. Now, some of these are contributing to the situation you may face him now. So, you may look government, you may must identify him now. You may come and talk. All people believe me, Kanarin. Why, but you may hide him now, you may talk stop now, you may talk easy. You may must talk him. Something go wrong with him. Because Treasurer shouldn't take it personally, because Treasurer, you have done great. In the 5 years or 6 years, you stop. The 4 years or 5 years, you have done great. This is only one time, which probably not your fault, that you may come on Semia. So, you shouldn't take it personally. We should have a constructive debate. Me like you may can debate now, but it will be superficial debate. We go and have a look at the report properly, the figures that are provided here, explanation from Treasurer, and then we come back and have a constructive debate. So we are helping the Treasurer. You mean not condemn him memo? You mean not bagrap him memo? We are not trying to seek
Honorable
political mileage.
Your
Thank you, Mr.
20
Deputy
minutes
Speaker.
has lapsed.
Yeah.
Deputy Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, Acting Speaker, I should say. First of all, I'd like to join the debate for a short time, just to commend the Treasurer for the paper is put before us. While the debate's been ongoing and very conducive and very intellectual and learning, there's a few things that we should also realize that when you pass a budget, or when you have a budget, the budget is just set. It's a guide in any business. Mr. Acting Speaker, it's a guide. It's a guide for government, like in any business that you put in figures for.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. What's your point of order?
Acting Speaker, we can't trivialize the national budget. When we bring the budget to Parliament and the honourable leaders of the House pass the Appropriations Act, it becomes law. Thank you. It's different to a business budget.
Honourable Deputy Opposition Leader, let the Deputy Prime Minister explain from what he has started his statement.
Thank you, Deputy Opposition Leader, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's just an example, it's a guide. A budget is a guide for everything and everything you do, including government budget. You cannot forecast, you can forecast, but you cannot forecast accurately revenues coming in for issues that may happen, like COVID-19, other issues forecasting, drop in LNG prices, all that, all falls into place and will affect the budget. It will affect the budget forecast. That is simple and common sense. So, thank you, Mr. Assistant Speaker. But the thing we should also look at this report by the Treasury is he has kept to his budget fix. He has also assisted our people. This government has also assisted our people by, relief for our consumers. The 13 items that has been put on, the 13 essential household items, that has been slashed by 10%, even in tight fiscal times. We should give commendation to the Treasury and government for that. That 10% GST cuts has affected the budget, Mr. Speaker. It has affected the budget. But that 10% GST cuts, it goes back to our people, into the pockets of ordinary people, and doesn't come into a general consolidated budget, but it ends up in the hands and pockets of the little people, and it alleviates their lives. So I think we should commend the Treasury and government on that. Mr. Assistant Speaker, Mr. Speaker, even forex shortages that have been identified as the greatest barrier to growth in PNG for the last 8 to 10 years, that has now been alleviated. There used to be a long line of FX shortages. By the Treasury addressing this with the bank, that has now been alleviated. You can check any business house. Those business houses have now very grateful that these FX shortages have been sorted out. With the ongoing budget repair, you can also see that starting from the second row, we had a shortfall in tax revenues, according to the Treasury, of 248 million, and an even larger shortfall in non-tax revenues of 1.295 million. This was due to LNG prices that we didn't forecast would happen in this year. That is why I pointed out to the good Deputy Opposition Leader that whilst a budget is forecasted, you cannot be accurate when something like the LNG prices drop. And that is something that government cannot be able to foresee in the coming years. We also had major overruns in the cost of teachers and health workers' salaries, totaling 737 million. Those things are for essential workers, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Those are for essential workers, and we couldn't be able to cut that. And the actual overruns cost us 737 million. Combined, we needed to find nearly 2.28 billion in cuts or deferrals in the areas, as the good Treasurer pointed out. But the Treasurer, through hard work and tough judgment calls with government, has been able to make these cuts and been able to keep us on track in tough, trying circumstances. So we should give credit where it is. This has resulted in a public investment program of cuts of 893 million. So that, Mr. Speaker, is something that we should commend our Treasurer for, and not only criticize him. The other benefits that our good Treasurer has pointed out in this paper is that the budget repair path is on our debt to GDP ratio continues to fall. Every year we take out 1 billion kina and we continue to drop that from 52.6% in 2021 and now down to 49.5% in 2024. Despite the huge pressure on the Treasury and government, it still continues to maintain that pathway to financial recovery. Those are things that we should be able to commend the Treasury, and we should commend government for it. That is very important, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, there remain revenue challenges. There remain revenue challenges that I pointed out earlier, mainly from an unexpected drop in the PNG LNG taxes of some 2 billion kina, which we could not forecast and hit us this year. As we await the MYEFO to see if we may need a 2025 maybe supplementary budget, some warrants and some belt tightening need to be done. And those are critical, and those are things that we need to do. And we welcome suggestions from the opposition, working cohesion with, like what a good governor pointed out from NCDC. We're not alone in making these decisions. These decisions affect the whole country, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It affects the whole country. So when we hear relevant, good, constructive criticism from the opposition, then we are able to take that into consideration and work towards fixing our budget and repairing a budget to ensure that our country moves forward. It is not just a one-sided affair. We hear what the good opposition says, and we take into account what the constructive criticisms and constructive debates are. That is why we allow debate on the floor of Parliament today and are not bulldozing it through, which we can, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again, commendations to the Treasurer on his hard work, sleepless nights, and criticism throughout. Thank you on behalf of average citizens of Papua New Guinea for the 13 essential household items which have affected our budget but benefit our people in rural Papua New Guinea, in our urban communities. There is also signs of hope that foreign exchange availability is now happening. There is a less backlog in foreign exchange convertibility. So I would say, despite a tough year in 2024, for revenues and financing, our final budget outcome demonstrates, as the Treasurer quoted, 94% of the government of PNG budget was delivered last year. And PNG remains on track with our budget repair program, despite things like the Mulitaka disaster, various floods, various earthquakes that continuously affected our nation, which we didn't foresee, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Those things affected our budget, and that is common sense. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to once again commend the Treasurer, commend government, and take into account the constructive criticism that the opposition puts on the floor, and we'll take that into further debate down the track. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, before I move, I would like to firstly commend our Treasurer. And as a fair government, we've always been fair to all leaders in this House. And want to highlight that this government also, whilst the budget is quite heavily focused on the extractive industry, I want to commend this government and the collective leadership for those that are focused on the agriculture sector. We did not necessarily see it in front of us that the commodity prices for cocoa would get to a certain stage where today farmers that are focused on cocoa are reaping the benefits. So commend all leaders that are investing in the space of agriculture. And I must also commend this government for passing the biosecurity bill. Very, very important as we move forward and maintaining our focus on agriculture. And I add again that I commend the Treasurer for, despite the challenges of balancing budget, you continue to keep track of our debt repayment. That is a big part of fiscal self-discipline and budget repair, so I commend you. Mr. Speaker, I move the debate be adjourned and made an order of the day for a subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Ministerial statement, Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to update the Honourable House on the ongoing response to the national poliovirus outbreak in Papua New Guinea, which was officially declared on the 15th of May 2025. Mr. Speaker, PNG had maintained its polio-free status since 2000. However, on 4th of April this year, environmental surveillance in Lae detected poliovirus. Genetic testing confirmed it originated from a strain circulating in Indonesia, indicating cross-border transmission. Subsequent detections in Port Moresby and among 2 healthy children in Lae prompted the government to declare a national outbreak with 13 million kina committed under the NDC Decision number 99 of 2025. Mr. Speaker, to date, 48 cases of acute flaccid paralysis has been reported across 11 provinces. Of these, 20 tested negative for poliovirus and 28 remain under investigation. Environmental sampling has intensified with bi-monthly collections in Lae and Port Moresby. Additionally, surveillance sites have been set up in Mount Hagen, Goroka, with plans to expand to Medang. Mr. Speaker, an incident management system has been activated under the National Emergency Operations Center, and a detailed outbreak response plan is guiding coordinated efforts across our country, focusing on surveillance, immunizations, logistics, and risk communications. Standard operating procedures have been disseminated to all PHAs in our country. Mr. Speaker, the primary objective is to protect children from paralysis and prevent further virus transmission. The vaccination strategy includes, firstly, the IPV, or inactivated poliovirus vaccine, for children under 5 in Lae and Port Moresby. Secondly, 2 rounds of NOPV2, that is novel oral polio vaccine type 2, for children under 10 nationwide. Spaced 4 weeks apart, IPV will be administered during the second round. So we'll be looking at vaccinating around 4 million children under the ages of 10 years. Thirdly, routine immunization will be strengthened through integration of the campaign and pre-post campaign outreach activities. Mr. Speaker, the first national campaign is scheduled to begin on the 21st of July 2025 with vaccines of about 4 million vaccines to be arriving between 16 to 20 of June this year. The estimated cost for the 2 rounds of the campaign is 88 million kina. So far, 74 million kina has been secured through the 13 million kina from our government. Thank you very much to our government for the fast, quick response. The 5 million Australian dollars from the government of Australia. We thank them for their continued support to the Department of Health programs. $11.8 million from the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, and technical and logistic support from WHO, UNICEF, including a full cost of NOPV2 vaccine supply. Mr. Speaker, during the recent World Health Assembly in Geneva, I presented PNG's national statement reaffirming our commitment to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative and in advancing or advocating for cross-border coordination, especially with Indonesia. Mr. Speaker, all PHS have been instructed to activate their Emergency Operations Center and intensify surveillance and immunization drives. Urban centers are conducting catch-up campaign as we speak, but strong provincial leadership and funding are essential to scale operations effectively. A national advocacy and media campaign is underway, utilizing radio, television, and print to inform, mobilize the public, and key messaging materials, including frequently asked questions, have been developed for community outreaches. Mr. Speaker, the genetic link to the Indonesia strain highlights the urgency of strengthening biosecurity capacity at the PNG-Indonesia border, as I've stated yesterday. We must scale up surveillance and immunization at these points of entry through the coordinated efforts by the Department of Health, Agriculture, Defense, Immigration, and Border Security to prevent future cross-border transmissions of polio and other infectious diseases. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the outbreak is a sobering reminder that as long as polio exists anywhere, it remains a threat to all of us. Our collective responses, led by the Ministry of Health, supported by the international partners, and implemented by our dedicated provincial teams, must be swift, unified, and comprehensive. I call on every honourable members of our House to actively support vaccination and awareness efforts in our constituencies. Let us work together to protect our children and preserve our PNG's citizens. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that Parliament take note of the statement and the debate be adjourned and made in order of the day for a subsequent seating.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Acting Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Leave granted. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that Mr. Wairapa be appointed member of the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that the Parliament at its rising adjourn until Tuesday, 29th July 2025 at 2 o'clock p.m.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Acting Speaker, I move that the Parliament do now adjourn until Tuesday, July 29th at 2 p.m. o'clock.
Question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, I now adjourn Parliament until Tuesday, 29 July 2025 at 2 o'clock p.m.